Commission meeting. On the agenda today, we'll have items of interest from commissioners, followed by the director's report, the consent agenda, which has consideration of the minutes from June 7th and 12th, 2018 meetings. That will be followed by a briefing for neighborhood contact, and then we will begin continuing our work sessions for a residential infill project. Items of interest?
That could be interesting for 1 minute.
I would love to hear it, Teresa.
I just went to the Prosper Portland meeting about the affordable commercial bonus and just how to figure out how to incent affordable commercial spaces. And since it was sort of new and innovative, just that we would like to see something after it had been functioning for a year or something and help them with adjustments if that's necessary.
Great, thank you for attending that. Eli?
I went along with a couple staff of Planning Commission this bureau, to a luncheon earlier today with Eco Northwest, which is the consulting group or one of them that performed the environmental assessment for Seattle on their accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And it was a great short presentation they did in town here for our benefit. And one of the lessons learned was that the more ADUs you allow, the more likely people are to keep the existing houses rather than take them down. And there's some other findings also. They didn't really get to a couple of things we've been wrestling with of whether the utilization rate for building new construction with or without ADUs. But the first part was interesting, and they did a lot of analysis to back it up. Thanks.
Didn't they also have findings which followed Johnson Economics about how size being a limiting factor as well?
Absolutely, yeah. And they did, one of their scenarios showed a FAR cap, which had a significant impact on the scrape rate, the number of homes that get taken down. If you decrease how much you can build, whatever you're building, it decreases the likelihood that a house will get demolished.
Any other items? Andres?
So actually I staff to share a handout with everyone. So I think everyone should have the homeownership affordability document. It's a one-sheet doc. And I took it from the State of Housing report. I think something I've been grappling with as part of this project is I appreciate the framing of, to be specific, of residential infill. I appreciate the framing of increasing housing choice, but have been grappling with the idea of the relationship between choice and affordability and thinking of who gets choice in their housing. So I always find this section of the State of Housing report really poignant. The numbers in front of you are from 2015, but I still think that they cast a good look at homeownership in the city as it stands right now. You can't see it in the yes/no section, but up on the map, you get a color representation of what neighborhoods homeownership is affordable for the average Portland household. And as you see, it's not very many. Right now, it's 122nd in Division, Centennial, Gateway, Hayden Island, Lents Foster, and Park Rose. Some of those, by the time next year's report are updated, might no longer be affordable to the average Portland household. When you go through, if any of you are interested, I suggest looking through the report. But in it, you'll see the average Black household, the average Latino household, the average Native household, the average senior household, single mother household, foreign-born household, have no neighborhoods where homeownership is affordable. And I think that that's something that's really struck home for me in this project. When we think of who has choice and who has options in their housing, it's a small percentage of the city. Well, it's not true. It's roughly half the city that has the option of becoming a homeowner. And when we're talking about what housing options are created and what that's going to mean for people in terms of homeownership and renting, I think that that's something that really grounds me, and I wanted to share with everyone else.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other items? Director's report, Susan, welcome.
Thanks. Just a couple updates, a couple items of interest. At the encouragement of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, last week Council adopted a resolution that directs BPS to come back in a couple of months to come up with a proposal to reduce the use of single-use plastics, including straws and other tableware. So thanks for that little bit of a push. And so we will be coming back probably by September with that proposal, and we'll send out a draft to all of you. And second, we're applying for the Bloomberg American Cities Climate Challenge Grant, and we're hopeful to get $2 million to focus on reducing carbon emissions and energy use in buildings and in transportation, and it's a joint effort with PBOT, and we're really happy to be working with them very closely on it, and we may come to some of you for letters of support if your organization is one that could offer that. So thanks.
Thank you.
And that jogged my memory. I had the opportunity to represent the commission last week at City Council during their consideration of the Enhanced Transit Corridors plan, and conveyed our support for that plan, as well as the areas we were concerned about balancing equity, and they adopted the plan 3-0 vote, so things are moving forward.
Thank you. And Andreas, your hand went back up.
Yeah. A question on the single-use plastics project. I've heard some concerns from people in the disability community about the impact of eliminating straws, and I just wasn't sure if that was something within the scope of the project right now.
Definitely, yeah. So we're going to work and talk to different stakeholders groups, both besides the restaurant associations and small business and others, also working with people who we definitely want to make sure that those who really need a straw can have access to that. So it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go and ban all straws and all plastic forks. So we'll show you what the compromise kind of position is, and that'll come out in a couple months. Thanks.
There was just a report on NPR. There is a shortage of paper straws. So anybody in the paper straw industry, gear up. Huh? Anyway, okay. Any other items? Nope. On the consent agenda, we have consideration of the minutes from June 7th and June 12th. Do I have a motion?
Move adoption.
Second? Anybody?
Second.
Great. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It passes. Next item on the agenda is the neighborhood contact briefing. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello. So I'm here to give you a little break from the residential infill project. My name is Sarah Wright. I'm here at Planning and Sustainability, and I'm going to talk about the Neighborhood Contact Code Update Project. We'll be releasing a proposed draft in the next week. So this is your teaser. So this project came from the comprehensive plan update, made some changes to the existing neighborhood contact requirement in the zoning code that kind of prompted conversation about how the current requirements aren't working particularly well. So this project is a revisit of those things, and we're moving forward. Initially, it was part of the code reconciliation project, but was pulled out from that in order to give it a little bit more time and attention. So just to kind of give some context, the neighborhood contact requirement happens before the application is submitted to the city. So this happens in this kind of strange space before the city is even aware that this project exists. There's a whole set of different kinds of information and decision makers that happen in various pieces of these processes. So neighborhood contact can happen before a building permit application for by right development. So after the neighborhood contact requirement is fulfilled, the building permit application, that is when information becomes available online for people to look up a project and learn about it there. The decision maker in the neighborhood contact stage is actually the applicant themselves. So any feedback about the project is given to the applicant, and they make the decisions about whether or not to change the project. Once it comes into the building permit application stage, it's staff's responsibility to make decisions about whether this project meets the code requirements. If you're talking about a type 1 or type 2 land use review process, that might go through neighborhood contact first, and then once it comes into the city's sort of purview, there's a mailed notice, there's comment period. The decision makers, again, are BDS staff. And there is an appeals process if there's the ability to appeal. But this is all happening pretty much internally, and it's pretty constrained by the zoning code. So people's ability to learn about the project at that point would come through a mailed notice. And then they go through the building permit application, where again it appears online for the first time. So if you're going through a type 3 land use review, you have a mailed notice, there's a staff report, and then there's a public hearing. So this is, and there's a posting on site as well, so we'll talk about that. And again, the decision makers here are the commission or the hearings officer. And then with the building permit application, it moves into the staff stage. So just kind of a reminder of the context of all of these different processes that are happening with these projects. It's very confusing for normal human beings. It's confusing even for applicants. It's confusing even sometimes for staff. So that's the context. So the current requirement includes a set of thresholds or triggers where projects will trigger this requirement. So there's development in multi-dwelling or commercial zones that add 10,000 square feet or more of building area or 5 or more new dwelling units for projects that are not subject to land use review. Also development in campus institution zones that adds more than 10,000 square feet and is not subject to land use review. So this is one set of the kinds of projects that currently trigger the current process. Also type 2X and type 3 land divisions and plan developments. So the threshold there is the type of land use review. And then also design-related reviews for proposals using community design standards or using design or historic review in one of these 3 areas that create more than 3 new units or 10,000 square feet of building area. So it's just kind of illustrating how the thresholds right now are sort of all over the place in different parts of the city and different zones. There isn't necessarily predictability about what project is going to trigger the requirement now. So the process, once that requirement, that threshold is met, is that the applicant has to request a meeting with a local neighborhood association. They do this by certified mail. So the neighborhood association has 14 days from the time that that letter is sent to choose to respond to the applicant to say they would like to meet. The meeting is sort of informational only. Again, the applicant is the decision maker. They can choose to listen and respond to the input that they receive at that meeting or not. But they do have to have the meeting if the neighborhood association lets them know they want it. And if the meeting is held, the applicant has to mail a follow-up letter. It can just say, we had a meeting. So those meetings can be very fruitful, and they can also be very unpleasant and not fruitful. So we'll talk more about that. So the problems that we were really trying to grapple with in this project are, and the first one is really the one that we're kind of trying to dig into, is the reach of the notice. So I think we all feel that there's a common courtesy element to like knowing that something is going to change in your neighborhood. The feeling that people get when something is suddenly being built right next to them that they didn't even know about is very stressful and upsetting for people. So there's something about just knowing in advance that something is going to happen that we feel is really important. And right now, the only people who get a heads up that these projects are happening are the people who are connected to a neighborhood association communications network, of a neighborhood association that is well-resourced and knows a lot about land use and has an active volunteer in land use who is in town and receives the certified letter and gets to respond to it in those 14 days. So this is a very small group of people compared to the universe of people who might just want to know that something's changing in their neighborhood. So that was really where we were coming from in approaching this project. And then consistency and predictability. The process right now includes this weird ambiguity where you offer, if you're the applicant, you offer the neighborhood association a meeting. And then in 14 days, you sort of wait for 14 days. Like, will they, won't they? And then if they don't get back to you, you can go ahead and submit your application and move forward, which does create some incentives for not doing a very good job of that outreach, because it means you only have to wait 14 days, right? So there's that weird inconsistency there and a lack of predictability. And then the thresholds, one project in one part of the city might trigger it, another project in another part of the city that's exactly the same might not trigger it. So just that lack of consistency and predictability was another thing we wanted to smooth out. So the proposal that we are putting forward is all projects in most zones, so we're leaving out employment and industrial, except EX, and we're leaving out open space, that are creating more than 10,000 square feet of new building trigger the requirement. And so this is if you're going in for a building permit application or a land use review whichever comes first, this contact requirement is triggered. What the process itself looks like is different because we're going to require that the applicant actually post an on-site sign. There's a draft example tacked to the wall over there for your reference, and also shown on a slide. So they have to post a sign and at the same time send an email or mail, if there isn't an email address available, to the neighborhood association, district coalition, and business association, and school district for larger projects. So that email is now not an offer of a meeting, however, it is just a heads up and a summary of the project. If the project creates more than 25,000 square feet of new building, the applicant is responsible for holding a mandatory public meeting. So it's raising the threshold for the meeting requirement and making the meeting mandatory and the responsibility of the applicant. In neighborhoods where there isn't a neighborhood association, we want to make sure that that meeting happens. So that's where that's coming from. So those are kind of the key elements of the proposal. So just getting back to the problems we're trying to solve, requiring the on-site sign was the way that we chose to move forward as a way to address the reach issue. The people who are going to pass by a sign in the 35 days between when it's posted and the time when the application is submitted are probably the people who are going to be most affected on a day-to-day basis by the project. So the reach is enormously expanded by that. And then requiring the meeting for larger projects, by requiring it, we're making sure that it happens whether or not the neighborhood association can support the meeting in those places. Consistency and predictability. So with this proposal, the developer is always responsible for making sure that the notice happens and for making sure that the meeting happens. The timeline is more consistent. You always have 35 days from the time you post the sign to when you can submit the application. There's no 14-day option that you can wiggle out of. So it's always 35 days, or more should you choose to take more time. And then the threshold's just set at that 10,000 square feet. And a note here is that some smaller projects that currently trigger the requirement would not trigger it under this proposal. And you'll definitely hear testimony about that. So we're kind of raising up the threshold, but applying it to everybody is the philosophy there. So just to kind of go back through and summarize, I know that's a lot of kind of scattered things, just to compare. And I think it's also useful to compare what we had before May 24th, what we have now, and what we're proposing, because in a lot of people's minds, those are all kind of jumbled together, and I think it's just useful to compare them directly. So initial contact, letter, now, and in the proposal, it would be a letter and a sign. The recipients are, you can see, expanding as we go. So currently, we've added the business association and school district. Under the proposal, you're adding the sign, which is received by anybody who's passing by. The method of initial contact, this shift from certified mail to email, is actually probably the only thing about this proposal that everybody likes. Almost, I mean, I think everybody. There might be somebody who doesn't like it, but the certified mail has just been a struggle for people to actually make sure that they get it. It's often not delivered because a signature can't be collected, and it's caused a lot of frustration. We've heard from neighborhood associations and district coalitions and developers that this is not working. So that's your popular piece of this proposal. So the meeting responsibility, as I said, is shifting from the neighborhood association to the applicant. The meeting timing is also shifting. Right now, it is allowed to be up to 45 days after the letter is mailed. Under the proposal, it could happen once 14 days have passed after the letter was mailed and the sign was put up. And it also has to be 14 days before the application is submitted to make sure that there's that buffer of time in which the applicant can respond to input that was heard at the meeting. So what that means is, like, during your 35-day window, you got 14 days, then you have about a week where you could have your meeting, and then 14 days after that. So the meeting right now can be up to 45 days for just the meeting to happen, and then there's the response time. So meeting consistency, again, right now it depends on the neighborhood association interest and resourcing and availability. Under the proposal, it would be required. And this is there are a lot of words in this, but I couldn't figure out a way to condense it more. This is just giving you a sense of the landscape of the thresholds now. So what has changed between the pre-comp plan period and now is the addition of the mixed-use zones. So in the middle column on the top row, mixed-use zones projects adding 5 or more units or 10,000 or more square feet is the addition there. And you'll see down at the bottom that we're proposing to take out the requirements for the design-related review because it's covered by the base zone requirements. And then under land use reviews, we're shifting the kind of the triggering criteria from what type of land use review it is for land divisions and plan developments to the size, to the number of lots rather than the type, because that seemed more reflective of the impact that it would actually have on a community.
Sarah, could you just go back real quick?
Yeah.
And explain, no, there you go. Proposals and design related review. You mean community design standards, not necessarily design review process? Because type 3 is up above. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I want to take a step back and talk briefly about signs. This sign draft that you see up here was made by Bureau of Development Services staff, and they would be the ones who would own this sign template and also be responsible for creating all the supporting materials that would help applicants actually create the sign. So it belongs to them. Testimony will be submitted about like the font size and all those things, and we'll be passing that on to BDS for them to work with. So you don't get to make any decisions about the sign, but we wanted to include it so that we could get a sense of what it would look like.
The only question I have about the sign is it's only going to be in English?
So I can talk more about, there's some translation and interpretation language down at the bottom, but yeah, that's a very salient question. So I wanted to talk a little bit about signs generally. Other jurisdictions in Portland also, we post signs when we're going to have a public hearing. When we're going to be, there's an opportunity to provide comment, we post signs. I don't know of any other jurisdictions that post development signs for development by right. This is kind of a new territory that other jurisdictions, as far as I know, are not in. This is a land use review sign that Portland does. So we're kind of taking a look at the universe of signs out there to see what works and what doesn't, but with the knowledge that these are all for hearings typically, so we're looking at something a little different. This is just an example of how neighborhood associations will sometimes try to do their own notification to fill in gaps that they're feeling in kind of that information availability world. This is a sign from Los Angeles. It's just examples of good and bad signs that are out there. This is an example of a template run amok. You'll see that the applicant did not actually fill out this template, but this is in Seattle. And this is actually their new sign design they had. They've moved from an older sign. This is their brand new one that apparently needs more practice. So, but it's just an example of kind of a cleaner look of the sign. I struggled quite a bit with the graphic designers at BDS because I kept wanting to put more words in the sign, and they kept telling me that words are not good in signs. So that's been a struggle. But you can see that the jurisdictions that are revising their signs are generally moving toward the fewer words approach. This is Toronto, which we're choosing to flatter by imitation. That's the sign that we kind of like the best. So this is the draft. This is actually a little different than the one that's up there, which is the one that I printed out a few months ago and have been schlepping around. So this includes space for information about the meeting. So if a meeting is required, it has to be posted on this sign. So anybody who walks by will know that there is a meeting that they can go to. One of the things that we really struggled with this sign is that when you post a sign, there should be somewhere for people to go to learn more. For these signs, there wouldn't necessarily be anywhere for people to go. This information is not in the city's system. We don't know about it yet. The applicant may or may not have a website. So that's just a little bit of a challenge, I think, with this sign. And then you'll also see down at the bottom, there's information for sort of general zoning information, Bureau of Development Services, the Planning and Zoning Hotline, the local neighborhood association, district coalition. And then down at the bottom, there's translation and interpretation information that directs people to the city. And this is, again, kind of a compromise. We can't expect that the applicant would be able to interpret and translate materials for anybody who called or be prepared to do that. We are prepared to do that. The Bureau of Development Services is prepared to do that. But it would definitely there will be some calls that will be generated by these signs. But BDS felt very strongly about the importance of having that information down at the bottom.
So when development is of right, is there somewhere on the sign that lets people know?
Yeah, that's another kind of, we wanted to have a generic template that would work for both by right and for land use reviews. There isn't anything in here right now that says like that this is by right or by not or not. We can put into, and this is something we've been struggling with. It's like, how much do you include sort of information about the constraints of your ability to participate in this? But yeah, we've gone through a bunch of different iterations about how much of that. I had a whole long disclaimer with a whole lot of information about process that I wanted to put in, but it's not in there right now. But that could be part of our feedback moving forward.
Just a question on the translation. So the city's going to take on the responsibility, I guess, of the translation, but the public meetings may be in multicultural communities with multi-languages. Who's responsible? If it's the applicant, then does the applicant provide translated materials and translation services at those meetings, or is it the city again?
I mean, the city, it's not the city's meeting. We're requiring that the meeting be held, but we are not the hosts of it. So those are kind of tricky questions that we've been grappling with. Like if we're requiring, and these meetings are happening already, like these meetings are happening now. And the neighborhood associations are fielding any interpretation or translation requests that come up on their own. But they're only, because their outreach is limited to the people in the neighborhood association network, I don't know that they've had to field very many of those questions. So that's the kind of question that's, kind of cracked open by this. So we're taking responsibility for, if people have questions, probably the question will be like, what is this sign and what does it mean? We're taking the responsibility of fielding those, but the city, doesn't have the staffing capacity, I would say, to do translation and interpretation for all these meetings.
The community involvement component of the comp plan actually expands the neighborhood definition of associations and puts other groups in that notification process. So I'm struggling with how do we follow that, because that's part of our comp plan report that we'll receive back of how well that group's doing in terms of outreach into the community, and this being a critical component of that, and just outreaching to the neighborhood association.
Well, so right now the requirement is that the applicant just reach out to the neighborhood association. By requiring that a sign be put up, we're expanding that considerably. I think the question of who should be getting this notice beyond sort of the range of the sign is a good one, and it's one that we'll be fielding for sure. And I think one of the things I really grapple with is what should be addressed through code and what might be addressed more programmatically or through changes in administrative systems as well. So I think there's a lot of content there to unpack.
Well, the community involvement is actually part of our code in terms of requirement for how
for
we
land use planning.
Land use planning. So I'm trying to struggle with that and this component of it. Of, are we following what we said we were going to do, or
so the requirements in Chapter 2 are about land use, are about involvement in planning, in the long-term planning, and this is, the development by right projects that are meeting the requirements of the code that was developed through long-term planning. So it's kind of outside of the jurisdiction of that, but those goals and policies are there because we believe in them. So it's outside the technical jurisdiction, but those questions are salient. Yeah, but then the question is, how far do we extend our resources in terms of providing translation and interpretation for development projects that are having these meetings? And I don't know the answer.
Okay.
So I've seen a bunch of hands go up. Sarah, how many more slides do you have?
A bunch, but they're fast. They're pictures.
Well, that's what I think. So if you guys mind holding, let's just let Sarah get through, and then we'll go ahead and do a round robin. Okay.
So other supporting.
Oh, that's a lot of text, Sarah.
Yeah, don't read it. Don't read it. Those are pictures of text. These are just, we're including supporting materials in the document that are drafts of handouts and things that BDS can work with to support helping the applicants hold better meetings, hold successful meetings, and helping people who are attending them understand what to expect. And I actually I talked to the Commission on Disability Accessibility and the Built Environment Committee, and they were super helpful about providing recommendations for how meetings can be more, suggestions for how meetings can be more accessible. So key issues that are going to come up, I want to talk about the first one, which is thresholds. What size project is deserving of a neighborhood contact sign and meeting is a question you're going to hear a lot of testimony about, because everybody's definition of that is wildly different and it's coming from really different variables. So I just wanted to give you some examples of what those sizes look like in the built environment. So under 10,000 square feet would require no notice at all under the current proposal. So this is in R1. This actually had a type 2 review. It had 4 objections, including one saying that the building is ugly. So I'm just going to keep clicking through these. This is in R1. These are 3 units. It's a 5,000 square foot lot. This is CM2 on a 13,000 square foot lot. On Division, this one is 10 units in CM2. And I included that one because of the single family dwellings that are around it. CM2, 13 units. This one triggered the neighborhood contact requirement under the old code. It's in Selwood, so there was a neighborhood meeting about this project. This is in RHD. This is a 5,000 square foot lot and a 15-unit apartment building. So we're moving up to the 10,000 to 25,000 square foot category, which would require the giant sign, but no meeting. And again, the meetings would be allowed to happen, of course. There are actually quite a few developers who like to do the meetings, and some of them don't want to do the meeting and won't do it unless forced. So I just wanted to make sure that the meeting can still happen. So this first one is CM2, 12 units on a 5,000 square foot lot. Hawthorne New Seasons is CM2 on a 19,700 square foot lot. R1, 30 units and 3 buildings on a 29,000 square foot lot. This one's RH, and there was, after this project was built, another project built just about the same size in the place of this small white house right next to it. So this is on a 10,000 square foot lot. Again, we're back on Division. This is CM2, 21 units on a 6,800 square foot lot. So 25,000 square foot. So now we're into the sign and a meeting category. CM2, this is a 10,000 square foot lot. So in this one, it's worth noting that before May 24th, this project would not have required any neighborhood contact at all. So now it's in that basket of things that require the neighborhood contact. CM2, 55 units on an 11,000 square foot lot. And this is R2, 22 units on a 26,000 square foot lot. And then I also included a category for over 40,000 square feet. That was actually the threshold we put forward in the discussion draft and got a lot of comments about how that threshold was too high. But I just wanted to include that kind of as an FYI. CM2, 75 units. And this is R1. This is a 2.8 acre site with 113 units. So that was thresholds. You're going to hear a lot about where the thresholds should be and why. And then other issues that have come up, meeting responsibility. There are some neighborhoods that hold really good meetings. They're very well supported. They bring a lot of knowledge. They facilitate it really well, and they're very productive. And some of them have already expressed concern about losing control of those meetings, losing that kind of gold standard of meetings. And there's a lot of value in having these meetings happen at a place where people are accustomed to going, and also where there are people who have been through the land use ringer before and have some knowledge to bring to the table, instead of a one-off meeting that's attended only by people who have just seen the sign and are confused and upset. But on the other hand, there's the question of who makes sure that a meeting happens when there isn't one of those great neighborhood resource meetings opportunities available. So you're going to hear about that. I have heard anecdotally from some land use chairs of neighborhood associations who would prefer to not be the ones who are having to decide whether to respond in a really short time frame and add something else to an already crowded neighborhood association agenda, who feel really overwhelmed by that responsibility, and who would be happy to have somebody else take it on. But you're going to hear from both. Unintended consequences are, I think, really more bigger or other consequences. One of them is that question of more phone calls coming to the Bureau of Development Services and the resources necessary to respond to that, kind of a almost responsive education program. And also, there's going to be a lot of calls to the applicants. If we're requiring them to put their contact info up there, we can't necessarily require them to respond to any of those contacts, but if they're at all ethical, they're going to have somebody answering that phone who's going to have to deal with a lot of customer service conversations. So those are some consequences. And then I think that larger question of what's the point of a sign if it doesn't give you anything to do? Is that still a valuable thing? And then just that larger universe, you're going to hear a lot about this, of the larger universe of sort of notification of land use, of land use development. How do people learn about development? What can they do about it? Who do they talk to? Who are the decision makers? Just trying to navigate that there's a lot of confusion about what this project necessarily is about. So you're going to hear a lot about those things too, and I think it's an opportunity to bring those conversations forward. So next steps, I'll be back here for a hearing on August 14th. We'll be releasing the proposed draft in the next week, and that's about it. So thank you.
Okay, all those hands that were up. I had seen Eli's hand up and Andreas's hand up. Katie, Chris, and we'll start there. Is your hand still up, Eli?
Yeah, still is. Thanks. Well, I definitely echo Michelle's point of if this is a heads-up announcement, let people know it's a heads-up. If there's opportunity to get involved, I think that's a critical difference. And I have a little question about, I mean, it's a heck of a challenging project. I've done notifications on projects that wouldn't have required it. Called meetings, no one shows up with door hangings on it. You have to make decisions on where you're going to hold the meeting, at the site, more people likely to show up, some meeting hall nearby, if you can find one, or across town so nobody shows up. I mean, so it feels, the challenge I see with this project is, as much as I also hate the certified notice requirement, it is a clear and objective way of meeting the requirement. If someone fills out a sign incorrectly, like the person in Seattle did, or holds a meeting for 5 minutes, or does something like that, if something like that's grounds for blocking the project down the road because they didn't meet their clear and objective standard, because there wasn't a clear and objective standard for the meeting, that could be problematic. If there's a neighbor sees a sign goes up and looks for any little way of saying that you broke the law and how you posted it or held the meeting, and I don't know the solution to it. It seems it's probably not easy, but at least at the level of detail we've seen so far, I feel like there might be a wide door for someone who really objects to a project to suddenly have a way to block it. And I have a little concern about, demonizing developers. I'll just put it that. I put my kind of information out there a lot, and I'm actually, a small firm is just me, right? But I think that larger firms have staff office; they can deal with the calls and respond. It does potentially. I don't know. I like the idea of the big sign out front. I'm just sort of raising the questions I have. Thanks.
And I just, in the code and then more in the admin rule that we're also drafting, there are parameters about the meeting requirements, but we are walking that line of wanting to make sure to prevent the worst outcomes, but also allowing flexibility and preventing sort of sabotage. One of the things that came up is if the sign is torn down, does that mean that the development they have to start over? And so we're thinking through all those things. There are lots of pictures online of the ways that signs have been defaced.
Yeah, that's a current issue already.
Yeah.
It happens. Thanks.
So my first question was about the translation bit. So these signs, if I understood right, will happen before anything is submitted to the city. So someone calls the translation line. Are they going to be walked through the format of the sign? Are they just going to be told of this sign means something's being developed? All the language in the signs in English, and we don't have that language. I guess what kind of information will be provided?
So what the planning is, that's a question that BDS is definitely grappling with too. It would go to sort of their general line, and they would be trained enough to be able to figure out that this is something that's coming from this kind of sign. And what they'd be able to say is probably direct them to the planning and zoning hotline or have somebody call them back to explain what can be built in that area. So what are the rules? Something we hear a lot about is people really want to know what the rules are. We've had people request that BDS staff be at all these meetings and sort of support to say yes, in fact, this can be built. But that would be the kind of general information that they could provide. They again don't know anything about the project, so they wouldn't be able to talk about the project, but they could at least say, here's what can be built.
Has the Office of Civic and Community Life, formerly Neighborhood Involvement, weighed in on neighborhood associations as the point of contact? Because I know there have been conversations about the role of neighborhood associations moving forward, so I don't know if that had been a part of this conversation.
Yeah, it's definitely an ongoing part of the conversation. Right now, they're the only point of contact and the arbiter, so we're expanding beyond there. And I think we're in sort of an active consideration of this question of who should get all the land use notices and whether the recognized organizations and the DCL partners and other organizations actually want to get them. So I think there's a question there too of how much information is too much or the wrong kind of information. But yeah, we're definitely considering that.
And then my last question also touches on that, on too much information. But has there been discussion about? So my understanding was for projects that add less than, was it 10,000 square feet, there would be no sign notification. Would
Yep.
there be any email notification?
Mm-mm.
Has there been discussion about whether that would be too much information or helpful?
It's not in the proposed draft, but I mean, I think there will be. You'll hear testimony to the effect that anything over 1 additional square foot should require a sign and a meeting. And then there's people who will also testify that the threshold should be more like 100,000 square feet. So you're going to get. There's going to be a lot of options on the table.
Thanks.
Katie?
It's not, can you hear me? Oh, good. I was wanting to know about the notification for the meeting. So it'll go on the sign and it will go out to who else would it go out to if there's going to be a meeting?
The email would be sent to the neighborhood association, the district coalition, the business association, and the school district for projects that are big enough for a meeting. In general, our experience with the district coalitions is that they will disperse it pretty widely. I think there are opportunities there to think about other sort of administrative solutions, abilities for people to sign up to be notified about things like this, but that's not in this project's purview, and it's not something we would put in code. But no, those are the ones who are required to get the email. What they then do with it, though, we don't control that.
Okay. And then the other thing was what was brought up just a little while ago. Are there going to be requirements for how far away the meeting is going to be?
Yeah, well, so in the proposal, as it is 2 miles. It has to be within 2 miles of the site. 2 miles, and I've heard comments that 2 miles is way too far, and also it's way too small. So depending on whether the project is in a place with really big sites that are really dispersed, or it's like, I've heard some concern that, that applicants might deliberately cite the meeting. If it's in Hosford, Abernathy, they might cite it on the other side of the river to, make it hard for people to attend. So
Right.
it says at 2 miles now, but
Yeah, they want it to be close, and I would agree with that. Would they be able to have it on the site? I mean, they could put up a tent or something and have it on the site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. We would want them to have some safety considerations.
Yes.
I think there. But.
You're right about that. Okay. That's all.
So sort of following up on the same line of thought about how this information gets distributed. So if you're capturing digital information to make the sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that sign also become a web page? Is there a URL?
We're currently, the way that it's looking like right now with the BDS system is that they would have a template on their website with a bunch of information about how to make and post the sign. And that's all. So the developer would just be taking the template and producing it independently.
So BDS is not producing the sign. They're simply setting the requirements for the sign.
Yes.
Okay.
So the applicant be responsible for getting the sign made. Yes. Eric currently wants to jump in on that.
Eric Engstrom. I don't know if this is on. Eric Engstrom, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Part of this is wrapped up in the larger BDS discussion of replacing their permitting system, which has a lot of conversations about how they would display information about that on their website. But one discussion was maybe there's a way for these signs to be registered when they're put up so that there's some information in a registry so that people can see that it exists. But it's sort of a BDS logistics issue.
Right. So where I'm going with this, we're making the transition from atoms to bits as we go from certified mail to email. Not that much bigger leap to there's a city-run website to there's an open data set that other people can do interesting things with. I think ultimately we'd like to get to the open data set. I think our open data ordinance would encourage that strongly. So I'd like you to think about options to do that. And maybe when we have the hearing, you can tell us about some of those possibilities.
We're talking a lot with BDS in this process. So I can ask somebody at BDS to also come and
okay. Well, you might get some of Kevin Martin's smart people in that conversation.
Any other questions? Andre?
Just to follow up, I understand there's a difference between the planning side and what we're doing in implementation here, but I don't think our values have a line. So I'm concerned that, especially if you're developing in some communities that have multi-languages and is going to house people that are multi-language and, you know, Hispanic or some, that we somehow have that responsibility. I'm not sure whether it's the city or the developer, but somehow that is articulated as we go forward, in terms of the notifications and because this just doesn't seem to live up to the spirit, if you will.
I'll add that if there's a web page, then there's something that's accessible with Google Translate to put in any language you want, right?
Andreas?
Sorry to double dip, but I think going off of all of that, I think it would also address the question of what happens when someone calls in, where someone who's answering a phone for interpretation could look at a city website and read the information that the person has. And I think also if there's a city website, I think there would be interest in people being able to sign up to receive notifications based off of neighborhood or area. And so that would be another way to expand who's reached through a project.
You just looking at me? Okay. I don't know. I was just curious. Just curious if you wanted to weigh in or if you're just looking over here. Okay. Just looking. So I have a few questions. One is kind of piggybacking to the whole electronic thing. The first thing that went through my head, if there was some way, so I'm going, okay, this is a new additional service for all my firm. So thank you for creating that for us. What I'm thinking is, being able to just upload that to Portland Maps, for example, so easy. If we could figure out some way, we'd have to create a template, obviously. But if we're using the city's template and then you just put it on Portland Maps and then anybody calls, just go straight to Portland Maps, there's so much information there about what's allowed and how to links to other pieces of the code that seems like really sounds easier, I'm sure, than it is. But
it would be great.
Just general thing on contacts, making sure there's some easy list of who all those contacts are. Mm-hmm. And I mean, the first thing that went through my head is I wouldn't know where to begin to start finding those people. Mm-hmm. And again, it's going to be a lot of these developments are going to end up in an architect's scope of work. So I don't know, just something to think about. Process. You were saying it needs to be 45 days before application. So I guess it's
35.
35 before permit application or the land use application or both?
Whichever comes first. So if you have a project is going to be triggering it at the land use review stage, you would do it before the land use review application.
So hopefully there can be close collaboration with the DOZA project as we're trying to shorten timelines. This is just increased timelines, and especially if you're looking at DAR at all as being a trigger, and I don't think it's going there yet, but as a trigger for land use, that starts really...
We are definitely talking with the DOZA team, particularly about the DAR, and coordinating those.
Fabulous. And then last but not least, and I don't really know that I have an answer for you, but as a struggle as being an applicant, I would say I don't know that there'd be a lot of pushback on applicants to necessarily produce the notes, but what often happens is this, and so I'm a little bit concerned that the notes that are produced by an applicant don't perhaps represent what the neighborhood feels was said. And so I don't know whether there needs to be a suggested process for neighborhood to respond to published meeting minutes. And then it's also very tough when you're going into a land use. I'm thinking more of a design review process. You take feedback, sometimes you respond, and then or neighborhoods choose not to give you feedback purposely because they are holding it for a hearing. So I guess trying to make sure that everybody's really being collaborative about it. It's not always a bad developer. Yeah. It's sometimes a neighborhood association who, I think part of it is they're just processing and what's happening. And it takes them a while to come up with an idea that they feel represents everybody. I don't necessarily think it's being... underhanded, but it's hard, is all I'm saying, as an applicant, to sometimes feel like you actually got good feedback.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting at too is a little bit of that question of like people's expectation about what will happen out of the process and their ability to influence the outcomes and who are the decision makers. And that uncertainty definitely creates a lot of points of potential friction. The meeting notes are currently required, and it definitely is something that comes up as a concern. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess just last but not least, but you kind of just hit on it, is setting expectations correctly. And I think it's as it is been an effort to kind of, I think, train people within neighborhood associations, as you mentioned, kind of what land use is all about, or what is something that can be responded to and what the applicant has the right to do. And that's just going to get more complex.
Yes.
Not that it shouldn't happen, just need to think through a process for how to ease through that. And I guess the other thing is, you're talking about people answering phone calls. Again, I just got an additional service. So it's going to fall a lot, I think, on architects, because they're the ones actually submitting these applications.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I guess interpretation will certainly be a challenge.
Yeah.
Or translation, not interpretation. Anyway, that's all I got. Looked like somebody else was kind of trying to jump in. Eli, was that it?
Well, I always think about potentials of abuse. I mean, in theory, I could, with a few, if thinking through the internet option, I could go and propose 10-unit developments next door to everyone in this room and post it online. I didn't have to write any fee to the city. I'd be going straight to building permit and just say, because one of the interesting things about this is that the applicant need not be the property owner or have any relationship, right? In many cases, the property owner is not the applicant. So it may be that this is not an abuse situation in other cities, but if you find out that it has, we should get ahead of it, especially if you can go directly to public online information without any city screening, or you're writing a check to the city that would provide friction before you would jump to do that.
Good point. Any other? Oh, yeah. Andre?
Just one question. Do other cities have notification where you can sign up for notifications about your neighborhood through the city, not through like a third party? I know there's a lot of third party services that try to do that, but through an official city, do cities have?
Yes, not all cities, but I mean, I've definitely seen Seattle has a system, and New Orleans actually has one where you can kind of draw the shape of you want to be notified about everything inside that shape. Like there are a lot of different options out there. Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that the city's looking at?
I mean, that's really kind of in the BTS, BDS world, so I can speak to that. I mean, I know it's something that they think about, that they're certainly concerned about making information available, but I can't speak as to where they are in that conversation.
If you put an open data set out there, somebody will do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the opportunities of this project is that it does open up a lot of those bigger conversations.
Any other? Yes, go ahead.
I guess the only thing I would add is I think it would be good that whatever we end up has some flexibility built into it for how the developers do this. Like if there's a contact name up there, wondering with some projects, it might be more efficient rather than just generating work for consultants to have a recording, leave your question, and then post a FAQ on the web to answer the questions, because I could see it's easily just becoming overwhelming. And then in terms of the honesty of minutes, I guess I would tend toward recording the meetings so that it's a reality here. This is what was said.
Yeah. There's no requirement in the current or the proposed code that those minutes be, sort of accurate. There's no requirement that they be any particular. They're supposed to kind of be a summary of what was talked about, but it's not a cudgel.
Okay.
All right.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much, Sarah. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a continuation of our work session for residential infill project. I got a whole bunch of words to read, don't I? As I'm sitting here fumbling through paper. So, just a conflict of interest statement I'd like to read. At each of the PSC meetings on the residential infill proposed draft, we have addressed the potential for PSC commissioners to have conflicts of interest related to the proposed code changes. In general, the changes proposed with the residential infill project affect such a broad class of property owners in single-family zones. We do not believe they create a potential conflict of interest for PSC members. Still, in the interest of transparency, we have also made the following declarations. Commissioners Smith, Baugh, and Bachrach do not own properties in single-family zones in Portland. All other PSC commissioners own between 1 and 3 properties that are in single-family zones. I also want to add that Commissioner Spivak will recuse himself from participation in deliberations and voting on any changes to provisions related to cottage cluster development and the residential infill project. We will organize our discussion so that all cottage cluster elements will be discussed separately and at the end of today's work sessions. So Morgan and Sandra, and Joe, welcome. You're going to walk us through an agenda, is that correct?
Yeah, we'll do a little up front setting up the meeting, and then we'll slowly work through our worksheet. So
I want to quickly just talk, unless you were going to cover this, talk a little bit about our thoughts on the voting, just so people can get their head wrapped around how we're going to do that.
That'd be great if you
Were you
did
going to do that or not? Yeah? No? Okay. So we're going to try something a little bit different than the last meeting, and that as we go through proposals, so let's just take proposal 5.1 where there's issue A, and there's 3 choices. We're just you get to vote on one of those 3 choices. So you're not voting on each of those 3 choices up and down. Just think about it as you're talking through the deliberations, like which of the 3 you'd pick, and then you're just going to hold up your green card when we go to kind of run past that item. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay. We're thinking that'll kind of help narrow things down a little quicker.
And just a little add-on to that, since Commissioner Bortolaz was not present, but he provided his feedback, we will be, by proxy, holding up his green card today. We only have 2 hands, so,
I will clarify. The reason we're doing this is because we're doing straw polls, not for the real vote.
Real votes. Yes, correct. Okay. You guys ready to rock and roll?
Yeah. So before we get started, I just want to point out we have some guests in the audience tonight to help us through any sticky questions related to infrastructure. So with us, we have Erin Mick with the Water Bureau, but she was a former Multnomah County sanitarian. Also, Elizabeth Reese-Cadigan with BES to deal with or respond to questions around stormwater and floodplain issues. Eric Hess, I believe, is here with PBOT. And Kristen Cooper, who you're familiar with from BDS. So tonight's agenda, we're going to be focusing on housing options, and internal conversions is a subset of that. Next work session on July 10th, we'll look at narrow lots, and then we'll try to package all these straw polls together in one package for us to go through on the 24th. We'll see how we do with that. Just a reminder, a little back to our initial work session around goals and get the commission focused on the sort of emerging top priorities around the equitable benefits and costs, providing additional housing options and less expensive options for housing. But there are a number of other goals that we are also trying to satisfy. Again, we're going to be focusing on the housing options proposal, so looking at housing types, the overlay map, ways to incent affordable units, and provide some additional flexibility for historic resources, and finally cottage clusters. This just kind of gives us an arrangement of general times for each of these, but these are also noted on our worksheet. So we have a fun 3 hours of discussion ahead of us tonight. So with that, the proposal in the residential infill project is basically based on this notion of variations of 3 units on a lot. That proposes 3 units on all lots, either corner lot triplex or duplex with an ADU or a house with 2 ADUs. There are a couple other proposals on the table or potential amendments on the table. One is to allow 3 units, variations of 3 units on internal lots and variations of 4 units on corners, or alternatively 4 units on all lots. The key for this part of the discussion is don't get your mind into the form. We're just talking about numbers for this one. So I'll leave it to you guys to talk about that.
Oh, that was quick. I don't know why I was assuming
Boom.
you need to talk longer. So I guess just looking at the 3 proposals on the table, just general discussion or deliberation, thoughts, comments. Michelle?
I would say my initial hesitation with 4 units on all lots is just the fact that I do think people are going to have cars for a while. I don't think they long-term will have cars, or everyone won't have cars. But for a while, we're still going to have people with cars, and I'm concerned that as you have more and more 4-unit developments on a particular street, that may overburden the neighborhood.
Mike?
Well, I'll say what I've said in the past regarding my interest in seeing 4 units on all lots or encouraging fourplexes, is that I think that is a way to get to more affordable units. At least that's been my experience. Not to ignore your point.
Chris?
So to follow up on the parking point, so if somebody were building a fourplex and we're trying to accommodate 4 cars on an R5 lot, what would that form wind up looking like?
Typically, it's going to be a parking lot with a fourplex on one side. So generally, figure a parking space takes about 250 square feet. You got to provide access for the aisle. The fourplex examples I've seen are 4 side-by-side parking spaces in the front, which we wouldn't allow anymore based on our paving limitations. The alternative is to line them up down the side and have the building sort of L-shaped around that parking. A lot of parking.
Just contrast, of course, in other zones, we allow far more units and not require any on-site parking. I don't know why we would apply a different logic here.
Can I make a quick response? So it's not I'm not saying I think we should have parking on the lots. I'm just trying to balance here the concern of the current residents and trying to find something that gets us additional units, but is also responsive to the fact that, we're asking people to adjust their expectations. So that's just what I'm tossing around.
You're pinging my favorite topic, and my answer to that is that what should happen is that PBOT in the neighborhood should regulate what happens on the street. And the concern that people have is that the on-street parking will be overwhelmed. If you don't want that to happen, don't assign parking rights, on-street parking rights to new buildings. Northwest is already trying that now. They've got some new buildings where you only get 4 permits for every 10 units. And that will drive the market to do whatever the people buying these units want to do off street. So I don't think preservation of on-street parking is a good argument for limiting density. Thanks.
Teresa? Andre?
Yeah. It's just a numbers issue, and it's related to parking. If you think about a 250-foot block residential neighborhood, you probably got 10 homes, 5 on each side, somewhere in there. That's, let's say it's 20 cars. Everyone has 2 cars. Let's just, for math. If you put in 3, that's 30, 60 cars in that same space. Those cars are not disappearing tomorrow. I'm not disagreeing with Chris, but I'm really strongly agreeing with Michelle and saying it may come, but it's not coming 2025, I'm pretty sure. And PBOT and the city is going to have to deal with that parking lot. It really is who and where and how do you park all the cars. And these are existing residential neighborhoods. And so I'm hesitant around the big numbers because of and that's just potential. Not saying every block would fill out, but we already feel that pressure coming from this kind of corridors into the neighborhood, and we hear that pressure at City Hall.
Can I interject 1 minute, Morgan? Can you remind us, is there a maximum parking for household living uses? I don't think so, right? No. So there's no maximum. So a little bit, I think you should keep in mind that what you talked about in the first work session was that not requiring any parking for single dwelling zones. And I think that's where the commission landed initially anyway. So a single family house wouldn't have to provide parking, neither would a duplex or a duplex with an ADU and up to 4. There's still, I guess, you would need to balance those, still not require any parking. What you are all discussing is how much parking is going to be provided, and a house could provide 5 parking spaces also. So could a 4-plex, so could a 3-plex, and so et cetera. So you have a tool in the toolbox of putting a maximum number of parking spaces if you wanted to consider that as part of the conversation.
So Teresa, then Mike.
Okay, moving on from parking. If there's 4 units, can you remind me, did we have a different code that we had to be concerned about, a commercial sprinkle code or something like that?
So there are basically 2 building codes that regulate residential development. One is the 1 and 2 dwelling code, which is mostly houses and duplexes or houses and ADUs. There's a provision that allows for townhouse development, so units that are arranged side by side, separated from the ground to the sky with firewalls, can still be built under that code. So a triplex built to the townhouse code, 3 units stacked side by side, would still be allowed. Same way with 4 units that way. What gets challenging is with a 50-foot wide lot frontage, typical, trying to get 4 units arranged side by side that they're meeting that townhouse provision starts to get pretty challenging. So you are more likely to end up with something that's going to be units on top of each other or some combination of side by side and stacked, which pushes you into the commercial code.
Mike, and then Eli.
So we may be really outliers, but we need to be thinking about how we can more efficiently use space. And again, we may be odd, but I'm in a 4-plex, and more often than not, there are 3 cars in a driveway, and we all communicate with one another, and it's not that big a deal. And maybe that's kind of an interim situation where, as people, this is particularly appropriate, I think, where there's great transit. Because the people who live there are more than likely, as we have been, to use transit. Anyway, it's just another thought in terms of behavioral changes too.
Eli?
Does staff have any idea of utilization rates for, if, I know you've got a little bit for corner duplexes, but if it were allowed and you had similar FAR housing bulk, maybe a little bit bigger than a single family house, how often you'd see a 3-plex or a 4-plex?
I mean, the economic analysis we ran was based on what we were proposing, so we were only proposing up to 3-plex, so we didn't run the economic analysis for 4-plex. I think as far as the density goes, you need to consider what the density is in the continuum of all residential zones. So 4 units on a 5,000 square foot lot, for example, in R5 would be 1 per 1,250 square feet of site area, which is like having an R 1.25 zone, which would, be higher density than the lowest density multi-dwelling zone, than the current R2 zone.
And we're changing that zoning code too to make it more of a FAR based thing. So I mean, I get that.
Yeah.
That it, I mean, I could ask Mike how many houses in your street, which was built before there's any rules, are single family versus 4-plexes, as one anecdote.
We got the apartment across the street.
Jeff.
I'm helping Mike.
I think, Eli, just on the point related to the economic analysis, it was less a factor of number of units and more related to the amount of FAR that was driving the unit production.
Chris?
So sorry to belabor the point on parking, but I want to make two additional points. So if we, our comp plan says we're going to have a lot more people in Portland and we want to have less cars. Clear objectives. If we say we don't think that's going to happen for a long time, and therefore we limit density to not happen sooner, we're basically saying we don't believe in our policies, that we're not willing to move towards where those policies point. And the other point I want to make is we all care about affordability. If we structure the rules such that you get density without the ability, or if we produce units that don't have parking rights associated with them, they will rent for less in the marketplace. We will create more affordable units if you don't tie a car to that unit. The people who absolutely want cars and can afford them will bid up the units that have parking rights, and the other ones will rent for less. And that, in my mind, is a good idea.
Joe?
What if I could this is a good discussion of how this decision implements the comprehensive plan. And just something we're running into in other projects worth mentioning is when we increase, one of the things about the residential infill project that's different than what we've done up to now in the comp plan is and you're going to discuss the map, but it's broad spread. So the impacts of this and these changes in numbers are spread across, could be, a lot of the city geographically. So getting a handle on that and its related impacts and what you would want to do to take care of that, with or without parking, just traffic or otherwise, will be in competition also with the amount of money that we have to spend on making sure that centers and corridors are ready. So it's not just one goal in the comprehensive plan that any of these policies implement. There's costs and things that we need to do for others. That's all. Just keep that in mind.
Okay. Michelle?
So just say my personal parking experience is when my husband was active duty and stationed in Annapolis, we bought a house in the historic core that didn't have parking because it was more affordable. We did have a car, and the reality was that there was a parking permit system, and it was a license to hunt, and it worked for us because he could park at the academy if we got home late and there wasn't parking. But the reality was, we love transit. When he was at Intel, he took light rail, but we did have the car. It did need to be somewhere, and it's that trade-off in trying to figure out how you manage your daily life when, for a while, you're going to have the car. It's not saying I want to abandon the goal of getting away from cars. I'm all for that. But again, it's sort of that contract with the current residents and trying to say, yeah, we're going to be asking a lot of you, but we also sort of feel your pain and are trying to craft something that's, I think, not going to completely live in the zoning code. It's going to be, okay, how are we going to have these parking permit programs? And I'm going to be saying the fact that you own a house, I don't think gives you priority. The people that are renting should have access to it too. And I will say this neighborhood also had a lot of internal conversions, so there are a lot of people packed into that great walkable neighborhood.
Andreas?
To continue yo-yoing away from parking, I think that I like the idea of more units. Obviously, the more units, the more possibility for those units to rent for less. The only concern I have is one of my favorite parts of this project is what staff did with the affordability bonus and allowing a fourth unit on corners. And so whatever path we go down, I guess I want to keep an eye on not erasing what could be accomplished through the affordability bonus. And if we're looking at allowing 4 units outright, I think the fourth unit should be affordable. And in keeping that in perspective so that if we do change the number of units allowed, we do not eliminate the possibility for affordable housing to be constructed through this project.
Andre?
Thanks, Joe, for reminding me of something that we did in the comp plan of these are not competing goals. They should be complementary goals. So parking and the transportation goals and the housing goals. So parking to me, I believe that we should not require any parking for these. but at the same time, it's a transition for me. It's not a bright line in the sand on December 31st, 2018, this is passed, and the next day, we've got arguments in the street. At this point, it's a transition to there, and I'm struggling with right now. I've got a bright line choice. I've got 2019. There's no parking, or we come up with some number of parking spaces. And I agree with Mike. You could line them up. You could configure it a number of ways, but we ought to somehow transition to our goal, giving the communities a time to make the adjustment and the transportation system to make the adjustment with the housing choices.
Eli?
Well, I think if the code changes, that doesn't mean the practice changes. Like, people have been, I see new single-family homes go up all the time. Many of them are 500 feet from transit. They're all getting garages or off-street parking. And I think that will continue to happen in neighborhoods where most buyers or renters want to have a car. So I think that this discussion on parking is really just, there's this balancing act the developers go through with their customers on and their lending partners. And the whole discussion here is just taking the zoning code a thumb off the scale in that discussion. And I think that we'll continue to see in East County, in areas that are not as well served with transit, builders will provide parking. And people who need parking will find a house that has parking, or an apartment with parking. And we'll hit some equilibrium on percentage of parking spaces provided. I guess what I'm attracted to in the proposal that Chris Smith proposed of not having the parking required is just that let's not let the zoning code set the terms. We'll find a natural balance, as we have in Northeast in downtown, and as we've had in other parts of the city too.
No additional comments. Okay. I think we're ready to take a straw poll then.
So I would like to highlight the sort of the compromise proposal, which is the 3 units on internal lots and 4 units on a corner. To get to your sort of bright line, there's a sort of middle ground there.
Thank you for the reminder, Morgan. Okay, so
question before we vote.
Yes, of course.
Steph, can you explain your variations on the theme of 3 units a little bit? I'm reading it, but walk me through
it's down here.
What you're trying to accomplish there.
Just what the magic behind behind 3 was, or
well, you have a.
Actually, I'm kind of confused by your diagrams as well. If you want to just maybe explain the graphics.
Hold off, and we'll talk about the blue boxes for a second.
That?
Okay,
sure.
So, what we were attempting to hit with our variations on 3 themes were 3 units rather was development types that didn't necessitate going into commercial code. So the triplex on a corner is sort of set up so that it can be arranged side by side, facing one street. And that's why the corner lots are so great for that. The other 2 options there are duplex, and that's 1 and 2 dwelling code, with a detached structure is going to be reviewed with 1 and 2 dwelling code. The house with an internal ADU is the same as a duplex as far as the building code is concerned. And the second part of that really is getting at the more traditional form of a single primary structure with a detached smaller accessory structure. So, you see this repeated throughout our neighborhoods, 1 house with a detached garage in the back. That same form can take a number of different unit arrangements. 1 single duplex with a detached ADU in the back. Same form, different outcome. 3 units versus that 1 house with a garage. So really trying to carry that traditional form forward, and also trying to find a proposal that fit well within the 1 and 2 dwelling code.
That reminded me of another question. I think we had a piece of testimony that said that FHWA, in terms of mortgage lending, draws their line at 4 units, right? Is that correct? So we've got building code issues above 2, but lending issues stay the same up to 4.
Yeah, so the lending the FHA lending standards applies to when you're purchasing an existing structure. So anyone that's going to be building a fourplex is going to be using a construction loan to do that. But it is another type of threshold.
Although I believe, I could be wrong here, if you have a fourplex and you're renting them out, even if you didn't get it through a construction loan requirement, you basically open yourself up to a potential lawsuit for not meeting FHA. I believe. I'm not totally sure about that. In other words, if there's a renter there and you don't meet it, who needs accessibility issues and that are covered under FHA, and you don't meet those requirements, you could be encouraged to fix that or remedy that.
Two different FHAs.
I think these are pretty different issues. Yeah. The one Chris is bringing up is the secondary mortgage market, Fannie, Freddie, and then that FHA.
It's the Fair Housing Act.
Yes, I was thinking Fair Housing Act.
Different
My
ones.
bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the ones that's perm lending. They treated one loan product works for 1 to 4 units, and then when you get above 4, then you get a different kind of financing.
I think one of the things that's pretty clear is the more units you build, the more complicated everything becomes. The building code, the zoning code, the lending practices, and the fewer people have access to those opportunities to build those types of developments. In thinking through with our original proposal, which we have been pretty steady on doing 3 units through our stakeholder advisory committee meetings, through our discussion draft with the community and at council, we felt that 3 units was really pushing what single dwelling zone could allow. And certainly during the comprehensive plan, when we were talking about the residential zone capacity that we had, and now we're saying it's actually about choice, and that's a good thing to allow more people to live in more places to have access to these units. But that was part of the thinking that went behind the 3 was, these are single dwelling zones. It's not all the zoning in the city. And we were probably balancing the context policies in the comp plan for the primary structure in the front and a detached one in the back, more than what I'm hearing you might want to do. But that was part of our thinking.
Teresa?
So I think, speaking exactly to what Sandra said, that if we allowed 4 on all lots, the uptake on that is not going to be that big because of the other barriers. So it's an opportunity, but it's not going to be the first choice of everyone because there are some difficulties.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really spoken up, and I'm partly because I've been hemming and hawing, to be honest, because I'm really all for more units is better in general. But I do think, honestly, as far as, again, we're not supposed to talk about form necessarily, but as far as impact on the neighborhood, and if you look at these graphic examples of how that can impact the character of a neighborhood, I'm very concerned about allowing 4 everywhere and leaning towards 3 on internal lots and 4 on corners. And why I feel 4 on corners makes sense to me is, first of all, I think a triplex with an ADU, which you've already kind of got in your proposal, is an awkward solution. And why not just go for it? I think you can just much more gracefully achieve it and get another unit. So for whatever that's worth, it looked like Mike had his hand up.
Well, right. I mean, correct me if I'm not understanding this process. 4 units would not be required. It would be an opportunity. That's what we're talking about here, opportunity.
And I guess to add to my hemming and hawing, as I think of an internal conversion of an existing home could easily be converted into 4 units. And again, it doesn't. So I keep going back to scale, to be honest, and impact in the neighborhood. And to me, that kind of has, with the exception of parking, not really much of an impact. But these diagrams with a bunch of ADUs in the back, or a bunch of duplexes, or a bunch of, or even a quadplex, is just, to me, it's a pretty big change for the neighborhoods.
I think that point right there is a little bit of the difficulty of trying to work through these proposals in a linear fashion, as they're all sort of.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Very
I appreciate
tangled.
you sticking with us.
Okay. Any other comments before we kind of take a straw poll here? Nope, not seeing any. Okay. So, first if you're going, so we're going to just, you only hold up a card if that's the one piece you're going to vote for, and it's issue A1, staff's proposal, variations on a theme of 3 units. Anybody supporting that option in the straw poll besides Sandra?
Staff. I'm going to vote. Ben's not voting yet.
So it looks like we have 1 vote
Yeah, one vote.
in support of staff. Oh, 2 votes in support of staff. Okay. Or in support of staff's proposal. We all support you. Sorry. Okay. So now straw poll on issue A2, which is allowing 3 units on internal lots and 4 on quarter lots. 1, 2, 3, 4. And issue A3, allowing 4 units on all lots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. Fun.
And to be fair, Ben said open to it. He said yes on the previous one and open to it.
Sounds like me. What are you guys doing with a tie? Or an open to it?
Can I suggest a thought? Is it?
Split.
I think that maybe
I think we might come back to this.
this is true for me. I'll just speak for myself. Is that some of this depends on the comfort level we get on the form
Yes.
piece.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what I
if,
say. Let's
if we
move
have
around to this.
if we have a form that we all say, okay, we've got a good metric, you know, it's going to fit in,
Yep.
then these pictures on the page are top-down pictures. If it's looking like something from the street that we can, you know, think would fit in, then that might let us revisit this one.
Absolutely.
I absolutely agree with that. And I've heard square footages that would be necessary to accommodate a fourplex, and I think we can get by with a lot smaller form with a fourplex than I've been hearing square foot wise.
Okay. Andreas?
Especially with what just happened, I would just once again like to announce my support for the affordability bonus and encourage finding a way to incorporate that in whatever the decision on the number of units is. I think it's really important that we allow for there to be an incentive to either provide 1 unit of affordable housing or pay an in lieu fee, and don't want to lose that in well-intentioned and important desire to have more units.
Okay. Thank you. So issue B.
Issue B. This is a lot easier, hopefully. So right now the proposal on the table is to vary the lot size, minimum lot size standard. There are existing minimums for house ADU, and what we're including for historic conversions, internal conversions, that vary by zone. So that's sort of an existing threshold that's in the code. When we go to a house plus 2 ADUs, a duplex or corner triplex, or for sake of the argument, 4 units, the lot size gets bigger, and part of that rationale was to allow for additional room for parking if that was necessary, additional room for required outdoor area, as well as applying our FAR to a lot size. For example, if we were using R5 as 3,000 square foot, 0.5 FAR, that would give 1,500 square foot of building space for duplex. So that seemed a little tight. So part of that was to accommodate for the additional needs of the other housing types, as well as provide for a lot that was going to allow for a large enough building to accommodate the units.
And just to clarify, these numbers were based on what we originally proposed for the structure types, which was get the size of the box correct and then fit as many units as you could into it. But now with the commission's idea of the box gets bigger, that kind of necessitates also this being a larger lot size. That makes sense. Even more.
Yeah, and that,
because there would be more building coverage.
right.
Depending on where we all land with, I guess, building coverage, right? Okay. So, Eli, could you explain your proposal?
Yeah, I've got one proposed change to this, which is in the
Fancy.
let's see, in the R7 situation. I guess in a prior code update, the higher density single family zones were calibrated so that you got 0.9 as long as your site area was I'm not going to get this quite right.
For
you want to describe it,
divisions, are you
Morgan?
talking
No,
about?
for the corner lot duplexes in the code that exists today, the minimum lot size for corner lot duplex in R5 was changed. It was 3,000 square feet, like it's shown here. It was increased to 4,500 square feet. At the same time, the R7 zone did not get increased. So the R7 minimum lot size for corner lot duplexes right now is 4,200 square feet. So it's actually smaller than what's required for R5. So part of this proposal, part of what was embedded in this proposal was to create a better alignment of all those minimum lot sizes so they followed a progression.
Yeah. So my proposal is to, instead of bringing the R7 from 4,200 up to 6,300, bring it from 4,200 up to 5,000, which still provides a hierarchy, but it's not the same percentage hierarchy. And my logic there is that, at least in the neighborhood I'm most familiar with, in Coley, there's dozens of R7 lots that are in the 5,000 square foot and change size, many of which are within a block of the main street. And I don't know how common that is around the city, but I just checked with Morgan. It sounds like about 10% of lots that are R7 in the city are between 5,000 and 6,300 square feet. 2,900 lots out of 29,000 ballpark. So my thinking is that there's R7 and R5 are pretty close. What this provision basically does is says that your lot has to be at least 5,000 square feet or 6,300 square feet to utilize the alternative housing options. I think that 5,000 is a more appropriate threshold because I think there's a lot of lots that, for all intents and purposes, frankly should have been zoned R5, but they're not, given the locations, and the option should be available to them.
So I have a question that I'm struggling with, and maybe it's because I'm not fully understanding this table. It seems to me like if we had smaller lots, we would be incentivizing smaller homes just because there's less land area, right? So yet we're kind of going in the direction where we're actually talking about larger minimum lot sizes. And granted, if we're going to put more units on it, perhaps that means you get to put more units, but does it not then also mean you have the potential to put one single larger home on it? So I'm trying to struggle with the correlation between this and how that goes together.
So these are not the minimum lot sizes for land divisions, right? We're not messing with the land division code.
You're not messing with the land division code.
Right. So to create new lots, there's a land division code. That density is the first thing that gets calculated. So on one of these lots, you would never be able to divide it to this size anyway, because for our 2.5, for example, you take your lot area and divide by 2,500 square feet to get your density, and then the lots can be variable in lot size.
Okay.
These lot sizes is once you have a lot created, what can you build on it?
Okay. Got it. And okay. I'll leave it at that. That answers my question, Chris.
So I'm still a little confused. So we've got an FAR limit, right? Which obviously, as the lot size varies, then the amount of building square footage you can build shrinks. It's the lot gets smaller, what you can build gets smaller, right? So why do we need an additional limit on top of that? If you're on a 3,000 square foot lot, the chance that you're going to build a house and 2 ADUs with the available FAR you have is pretty small, right? So what's the purpose of this additional limitation method, or am I completely misunderstanding this?
No, I think you're on the right track. It's a little bit of we wanted to create at least an envelope that was within a reasonable size for a dwelling unit. So, a 750 square foot half of a duplex with a 750 square foot ADU just seemed a little out of balance. So we were trying to create something that was about 1,200 square foot per unit on the duplex side.
So you're saying we wouldn't allow the single dwelling zone equivalent of a micro apartment?
Kind of that, yeah.
I don't particularly want to add that limitation.
I think that probably this is a pre-FAR code element when there's, so I guess I tend to agree with what you're describing, Chris.
So, and
if we actually get the FAR tool, I think that this becomes less relevant.
Hold it. Say that one more time.
I think if we actually get an FAR tool at our disposal, then this code element becomes less, maybe unnecessary.
FAR tool aside, doesn't building coverage basically cover this? If you took a building coverage approach?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
depends how big the structure is too. So let's take the biggest case scenario here: a corner triplex in the R2.5 lot. Would it be okay to put a triplex on a 3,200 square foot lot in the R2.5 zone? So that's one per 1,000 square feet of site area. And I guess I'm still in the mode of calibrating it with the multi-dwelling zones, which I know we're getting rid of maximum densities in multi-dwelling zones. And I think what you're saying is leave it up to the market because FAR is going to cover it. Or you could put 3 units that are very small within the same box.
Right.
Right, a triplex on a 1,600 square foot lot. The other
Fourplex, because we're going up to 4 too.
the other consideration that Sandra mentioned how this doesn't affect land division minimum lot sizes, but it does somewhat relate to lots of record, or we have existing platted lots, and you can move lot lines around. So we could have situations out there with R5 6,000 square foot lot is consisting of 2 lots of record. Right now, it would allow for 2 houses, would allow for 8 potentially if we went to 3,000 square foot lot size in that situation, right? If we're going from one house on a 3,000 square foot lot, you have a 6,000 square foot site that is actually comprised of 2 lots of record, and each 3,000 square feet. That's 2 houses today, would be 2 fourplexes potentially in the future. So again, it's a little question of comfort level with how many units you want to see.
Yeah, and I think where I'm at, I'm not hung up on number of units personally. More units is good. And again, I think the units are going to then be smaller, which makes them more affordable. So I'm more about it's whether we go far or building coverage and required open space on a lot. So it's about what's left over for green in our city on each of those lots, and so it could be a postage stamp lot. As long as we kind of have some calculation that takes care of also having some green, then I guess I'm not getting the connection to the minimum lot size. Andreas? And then Andre?
Just more food for thought on the what is too small of a unit conversation. I think that it's important to keep in mind that we allow ADUs, and currently ADUs are less than 800 square feet, and they're considered a living space that's complete. So we're already saying that is a complete living space. Obviously, it's not a standalone complete living space, but I think that's worth keeping in mind.
So if we had decided FAR, whatever that looked like, we had decided lot coverage, and we had decided the form, would we be having this discussion, or would it be relevant? Because you've decided how much building space is going to be taken up. You've decided how much FAR, the potential is there, and you've decided that form in terms of how it's going to look, at least in some characteristics. So does it matter? At that point, the lot size is pretty much defined, isn't it? Because you've said if it's a building's this big, we've said it's only going to have this much coverage.
The form of the structure is decided, the lot size isn't decided. So I think the question here is if you had a 1,600 square foot lot in R2.5, which is the minimum lot size standard. So if you have a big site and you subdivide it in R2.5, you could have many 1,600 square foot lots. Are you okay with allowing 3 units or 4, wherever we land on that, on every single one of those sites?
So is this another way of maybe asking if I'm getting at it? So if we were to look at your variation of 4 units, image 8, and if I was able to, are you kind of saying if I was able to get a property line put down the middle of that, so that basically that duplex becomes 2 separate units, and each of those ADUs, so it becomes basically 2 units on a lot, is that a minimum lot size that's acceptable? Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Right. So, for example, image 8, if you do put a property line in between them, that would look like our 2.5, roughly 25 by 100 feet deep. Right now, we're saying for our 2.5, it's more than 1,600. You could put a house or and an ADU on it, but it's less than 3,200. So you could not put two duplexes on that, two ADUs on that side of the lot. That it wouldn't be eligible for that. Whether somebody could do it is, I think, what you're discussing. That let somebody figure out, and if they can figure it out.
So let me ask, so if we did that, and then we took the duplex and we cut the duplex in half, so it was 2 units and the detached ADU, you're saying now that I couldn't do that because I've got too many units on the minimum lot size. Am I tracking?
Right.
Okay.
So you wouldn't allow 3 units in a 1,600 square foot lot, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
Right. That's what our proposal
And that's
is.
effectively a limit on the minimum size of a unit, right? Which I don't think we need.
Well, you can make them small, but you just
Under your proposal for a 1,600 square foot lot in R25, how many units can I have?
It's over a house and an ADU, so 1.5 virtually.
But only a house and an ADU.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a
So-
sense, what you're doing here, if I'm sort of thinking, it's sort of a nod to the neighborhood compatibility issue. That we're,
There's an element of that, and sort of going back to the first point I was trying to make, and just to try to paint some real numbers around this. 1,600 square foot lot with a 0.7 FAR. If we're talking about 3 units, is about 375 square feet per unit, and with 4 units, is about 280 square feet. So likely those aren't going to get built that small, but I'm not sure we want to set up a condition where that necessarily would be allowed.
Eli?
Well, I'm going to toss out an alternate option of ditching this table, inspired by Commissioner Smith's comments. I think that we already have a coverage requirement. We have a height limit. We may also have a FAR requirement, and I think if you can live within that, then I'm less concerned about whether this option's available. Well, like restricting this option to lots over a certain size.
Okay. Joe?
Well, just a part of what the accumulation of these moves are, it's clearly there's a point of view which is more units is good. That's coming out of the PSC. Remember, we're talking about land that's been historically developed for single dwellings development. The prospect of part of what makes our premise of get the size of the box right and worry less about the number of units that go into it is the inability to paint the apocalyptic sort of scenario if you are a neighborhood that's worried about this and the potential change that comes to it. Just keep that in mind in terms of the shock factor that throwing out all of these kind of limitations on what could go into that box could mean.
Chris, Teresa, Andre, Eli.
So I'm going to ask staff to do some quick math. Could you translate these numbers into units per acre? Because I want to compare that against the density required to support transit, which is usually quoted in units per acre.
Translate which one?
You could start with 3 units on 1,600 square feet. Tell me what that turns into in units per acre.
1 second.
43,560 divided by 1,600 would give you 27 lots that are 1,600 square feet each. Times 3 units is 81 units per acre.
So that would be very transit supportive.
Don't do it.
That might be more dense than RH.
Right. So that's not
Yeah.
we don't need
I
this
mean,
to be
remember in the
transit
single
supportive.
dwelling zones, there is no density right now. So it's very different from multi-dwelling zones. In single dwelling zones, density is calculated only at the land division stage. So they would be calculating density based on lots. 1 unit per 2,500 for our 2.5, we get 1,600 square foot lots. And then this with the overlay would allow for 3 or 4, depending where you land.
Thank you.
Teresa?
So I want to reflect on what Joe said. So Has this methodology been the primary controlling factor that people have looked at in terms of what they can do now? I mean, besides the ADUs and all that stuff, no.
In terms of the public discourse we've had so far,
No, what people can actually do today. I mean, in other words, are they relying on these sorts of measures to make assessments about their property?
I think there's been such limited interest in doing like duplexes on corners, and most lots meet these standards already, that it hasn't been the limitation. This was just like, oh, what does R5 mean anymore? It still means 1 unit per 5,000 square feet when you're subdividing, but the lot size is 3,000 square feet. And then there's these exceptions of the corners, which is where we stole this from and just transferred it to here.
Okay. Because if it's not an active use or something people are really looking to right now to make sense of things, then it's extraneous, perhaps, given our other limitations. But if it is something people are like, oh yeah, well, whatever, I look at this chart all the time to make my little arguments, then we need to respect that.
So I think I was going this way, and then I'll come back to you, Jeff. Oh, Andre, sorry. And then this way, and then back to you, Jeff.
I just want to be clear. This is a methodology to control units by lot size. Just pure and simple. If it's a 1,600 square foot lot, you only get 3 units, no matter what. 2. Mm-hmm. So that's it. That's all we're doing here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you? I thought I had one of you guys lined up. No? Okay, Jeff.
Well, I'm unsure on this one, but I'm moving a little bit from where I started in this whole process. And that the more we dive into it, we're losing track of these are still single-family zones. And I think at some point we're going to so cut up the single-family zone concept that it's almost a misnomer to call it a single-family zone anymore. And so each time and I respect what staff's trying to do here. We're creating the opportunity for duplexes and triplexes on single-family lots. And they're saying, yeah, but if they get too small, if you get down to a 1,600 square foot lot and we're going to try to put 3 units there, we've really blown the concept of a single-family zone. Because now we're going to have these micro-housing units. And maybe that's where we're going. But I'm taking pause by Joe, what you said, and comments about too much parking. And I think and I don't know where I stop in terms of, I'd like to see a whole package and sort of check my gut and go, does this package so obliterate the concept of a single family zone that we need to say that's what we're doing, rather than let's try to carefully create the opportunity for some more housing types, some duplexes and maybe some triplexes, in the hope that we'll get more density, but we'll still preserve some sense of a single family zone. Or, and this is not normally, you and I, Chris, normally would be on the opposite side of this, or do we just say, let the free market decide? If someone wants to cram 4 250 square foot houses in my single family neighborhood, and the market wants it, let's let them do it. And normally I would be on that side, Chris, and you'd be on the other side, no, we have to regulate. So we're really starting, I don't have an answer, but I'm respectful of what staff's trying to do here, and I think we should, if we throw it out, as you're suggesting, I'm going to want to look to other areas of this package to see, do we just say we no longer have single-family zones anymore? If we're getting so much density available that they look like multifamily, then maybe that's a whole new zoning concept we ought to embrace. So I don't have an answer. I just spilled my thinking at the moment.
Okay, so Chris and then Andre.
Let me try and provide a frame for us to think about this in. I think we're essentially trying to track 3 things in what's been called single-family zoning. I think there's some encouragement to head towards calling it single-dwelling zoning. We're trying to figure out what the maximum building envelope is, and I think we've got some consensus around that. We're closer to consensus on that than some of the other factors in. Then we're getting into how many people in that lot in a single dwelling zone, and attached to the people is this concern they have cars. How many cars are we going to try and jam into this single dwelling zone. So, if we've got consensus around the building form, and clearly in my mind, I separate the cars from the people, and I'll happily take the people and make them leave the cars behind by not providing enough parking. But, we're not talking about parking maximum, so we don't have to be afraid of that. I don't want to be afraid of more people. I don't see that more people are a problem. In World War II, these single-family neighborhoods accommodated the kind of density that we're talking about because you had 6 people living in one of these houses. And we don't have household sizes like that anymore. So it's not like these neighborhoods can't accommodate this many people. They've done it. So I don't think we should be afraid of the people. And if we're afraid of the cars, let's talk more about how we separate the cars from the people. So.
I just have a request, and really Jeff brought it on. It is the cumulative effect of all the cuts to the single family neighborhood. And so if staff, as we get to the end of this, if you can put together all those cumulative cuts so that when we walked into the neighborhood yesterday, it looked like X, 10 homes, probably this is what you had on a 250-foot lot either side. And this is the potential today, because I'm getting lost of, well, now there's 3 potential here and we just added 5, and I don't know what the cumulative effect of all of these is going to be at the end of the day on a block in our neighborhoods. And whether you call them dwellings, homes, I don't know, but it seems that it would be good to know. Now we're going to vote on having 81 units potentially in a block. I can probably tell you that's a no for me, because that's a multifamily dwelling unit. I mean, that's scary.
Okay, so I'm looking at the time, and if we can just maybe spend I'll give us 5 minutes, so try to be brief. I've got 3 hands up, and then we're going to take a straw poll. So Joe, Eli, Andres. Oh, Mike. Sorry, I didn't mean that as a sigh. I just meant I was concerned that we wouldn't have time.
Kat, I had my hand up too. Yeah.
So we will have to do an analysis that provides the information that Andre just described, no matter sort of which of these scenarios we do. And I think we have not done that yet, so it's a little bit coming from gut. But strategically, 4 units on every lot is pretty much a multifamily kind of scenario under today's rubric, and maybe that's the right thing to do. And then what you're going to do in the next exercise is look at applying that everywhere. So the gradation between what 0 and 60 is, we strip that away. And just my experience in trying to get something like this through the rest of the legislative project is every bad outcome that could be imagined of a scenario like that, even though we are not going to get 81 units on every block, because the market will never support it. We've already heard that. It's what we're going to have to defend against. So just keep that in mind. We may be reaching and not really accomplishing something that's likely to happen and just ceding the difficulty in getting it done. And we're also going to need to bring back that analysis for you that runs those kind of scenarios, because at some point, indeed, if all of that was to be taken up, we probably would run into additional costs that like transit supportive means we're supporting transit, which means we have a transit budget, blah, blah, blah. All those things bring costs. That doesn't mean not do it, but that's just what we're getting into with this. What you've already accomplished is a lot.
So Joe just ate up all your time. It was very important. I just have a quick question, and then, I think that's all a great food for thought, but quick question for you that I need to understand. Can you accomplish what this table's trying to achieve through other means that we're already studying, whether it be FAR or building coverage and scale of homes and open space requirements?
Well, if the concern is about overdevelopment of the square footage, the site, then yeah, our scale proposals will deal with that. This is more about how many units do we anticipate to see on that total site.
It's really just about units, which doesn't necessarily control people.
That's right.
Okay. Does those who had their hand up think that they really need to share? If so, I'll certainly give you the opportunity. If you think it's pertinent to people to be able to make the decision, if you can hold back, then I'd love to take a straw vote. But I will indulge. So, Andreas, Mike still wants to share. Katie? Okay.
Really quick. I like that. We were concerned the other day that we were creating a restriction that would make single-family homes larger than what the market is producing, and now today we are afraid that we will get 81 250 square foot homes in a block. So I guess I just want to re-anchor the reality and how much uptick there will be, and I'm encouraged by the fact that at the end of this we will try to assess how much this project will be used, but I don't think just because we will allow something will mean we will see its full utilization on every block.
This conversation takes me back to Region 2040 planning and the specter of increased density inside the urban growth boundary and the argument that we do need to break a sweat here. And I do think we need to push the envelope, but with the understanding we do need to know what the cumulative impacts are and what the package will look like before we actually vote on a final proposal. Right now, I think we're pushing the envelope. We're thinking, well, we're pushing the envelope right now, and we'll figure out how big the envelope is when it comes to a vote later.
Okay. Appreciate you sharing. Katie, one more chance since I let. Oh, she's going. Yes.
Because I haven't talked.
I know.
And so I'm kind of agreeing with Jeff. I think these neighborhoods have a certain character, and I think they're willing to move, and they will change, and they know they have to change. They accepted ADUs, and apparently they fought that. And I wasn't here when that happened. And so I would really like, I keep finding myself coming down on staff side because I feel like they listen to everyone. And when I listened to all that testimony, read all that testimony, there were people who wanted us to really build out. I admired those people, liked a lot of their arguments, and I felt a lot of sympathy for the people who lived in those neighborhoods and had to watch them change, but also knowing that they have to watch them change. So I'm feeling like keep the character, make changes, but don't try and see just exactly how gigantic you can add the number of people on or the number of units on. So that's where I'm going.
Thank you for that. So let's take a straw poll. I heard there's 3 issues on the table. One is supporting staff's proposal for lot size or minimum lot size. There is a change R7 minimum lot size from. Do you still have this on the table, Eli?
I support it.
Okay.
I'll leave it on the table.
We are going to have a item for changing the R7 minimum lot size. So it'd be the table, but changing R7 minimum lot size from 6,300 square feet to 5,000. And then the third option would be to ditch the table. So item B1, supporting staff's proposal for larger minimum lot sizes, which is the table. Hold up your cards. So 1, 2.
Well, I'd like to add Eli.
That'll be the next vote then.
Next one, okay. All right.
So 1, 2, 3 for that. The next issue B would be keeping the table, but changing the R7 minimum lot size from 6,300 to 5,000 square feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then last but not least is the ditching the table. 1, 2, 3.
Helpful.
So that was issue B2 is got the most votes.
So for issue C, I was kind of hoping we would land on either 3 or 4 units, but I think we'll take the opportunity to talk through all of these different forms. So we're talking about variations on 3, variations on 4, and essentially what range of housing types are we comfortable allowing? And I guess the one variable beyond just the number of units is whether or not the corner makes a difference on any of these different forms. So I think working through this one, I think we're going to have to go through all 13 with the cards if that. No? Okay.
No, I don't mind doing that. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. You just more like, yes, this is okay, no, in general. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Because it's not precluding one or the other. You're just saying, I either like this form or not. Is that what I'm hearing, Joe?
Well, yeah, and since it sounds like what's 3 or 4, I was going to say if the commission really was at the allow 4 units in all lot place, then you're just looking at 7 to 13 and seeing if there's just something on there you just
don't feel
would
good
not
about.
be acceptable.
That's better.
And because from 6 on down is just 3. So,
And just a reminder, I think what's helpful to look as 1 to 3 is what staff proposed. We have lots of pictures of those, and 4 through 6 is what we heard in the scale discussion last time around.
What is MD development?
Oh, sorry. That's multi-dwelling development. So when you have 3 individual things that look like houses all sharing a single site, that's considered multi-dwelling development.
Got it.
What to do with this, but in items 4 through 13, these are widely abusing lot coverage requirements by the city. So I'm just trying to think, like visually, it makes it look like you're covering the whole site with a fourplex, where you would not be allowed to cover more than half the site under current rules. Am I getting this? I just want to.
So these aren't
check in on that.
They're just diagrams.
Okay.
They're like icons rather than site plans.
So I guess for fellow commissioners, if you're thinking about these, I think based on our discussion last meeting, these are housing type mixes, but they would all have to be constrained within the same envelope, or maybe a little bit bigger envelope for more units. They'd be constrained within some envelope that we discussed last meeting. And that just because you see 4 units here covering the whole site, that's really, we should think more about 4 units like a fourplex in one structure with open space requirement, with height limits, with setbacks, all those required.
Mm-hmm.
So would you suggest we run through these as an internal lot and then a corner lot? Is it different in people's minds for corner lots?
Maybe that's a basic question to start with.
Yeah.
Does it make a difference corner lots or not?
And we'll share our position about corner lots because we've discussed this, Morgan, about corner lots, of course, have 2 frontages. So there's just more opportunity for street-facing facades and doors to be on different frontages instead of having all 4 doors on one side. We've seen a lot of examples, and I'm sure you saw it during Bill's introduction to the Better Housing by Design and some of the multi-dwelling projects that we get where all the units are facing the side lot line and the front lot line. Doesn't really have a great interface with the public realm. So the issues of design and its contribution to the public realm become more difficult. It can be done well, but it just needs to be done more carefully.
Any just general comments about whether, if we're just looking at 7 through 13, location of internal versus corner is in somebody's mind, Teresa?
I just think that when you have the ADUs that are detached, it's hard to make a distinction between a little building that's not attached and an equal-sized building that's not attached, in my mind.
And I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say there.
Well, if you're talking about corner lots and where things are going to face, if you have a bunch of detached ADUs, they're all going to have to face somewhere and they're all going to have doors, but they're in the backyard. So I think if you think you could put the ADUs in the backyard, that why couldn't you just have a fourplex that's in the center of the lot as well? I just don't think there's a lot of difference between those 2 things.
Got it. Makes sense. Okay. Michelle?
And I voted for the 3 on the internal and 4 on the corner. So that's the distinction I already made.
Okay. So if just as we start to just kind of think about the 4 unit forms, if you're, is there a difference to you if you had to, if the vote is to put 4 internally, is there a distinction between like how these forms with 4 on internal lots versus 4 on corner lot in your mind? Like, is there a difference for how they go together?
So
Even
we're
if you
gonna
don't
work
agree
on-
with the 4 on an internal lot.
Okay.
Chris.
So I'm probably not going to help, but part of the discussion we had last time was maybe we want to not look at FAR, but look at what the appearance from the street is, right? And everything in the package I read about discussion of corner lots is you get to divide that street-facing thing across 2 different sides, right? So it seems to me that somewhere we think there's a difference between corner lots. I mean, to me, it doesn't really make that big a difference, but if I understand the theory, it should be important.
Fair. I guess, is it important for how you're going to vote is what I'm trying to figure out if I need to parse the votes into internal lot discussion versus corner lot discussion. Susan, offer it up.
My mic's not, oh, there it is. I think we haven't decided whether it's 3 or 4 because there was more or less a tie. So I think you should look at it as if it is 4. Everybody vote just for that and make the votes around that. And then when we come back with sort of the compromise position of, you know, is the 4th only a 4th if it's affordable? Or is it, you know, if we come back and say, let's do the vote one more time, 3 or 4, given what we said about 4. So I think you should just do the vote on 4 or do the straw poll.
I was already there.
How about 4?
And thank you.
Should we
So I'll
just
tell you
4
what, I'm just going to
internal?
do something right now. We're just going to look at number 7. If you support this form as an option, with raise your card, and if you
Are we assuming, we're just pretending it's 4?
Yep, just pretending it's 4
Yeah.
for just trying to move forward. It doesn't matter.
Internal or
Let's
corner?
let's just do a quick. We'll start with internal, and then we'll just look at corner.
We can vote more than once.
We're going to start with, do you just support, do you support, you can vote more than once. We're going to vote on every single one of these really quick, hopefully. So number 7, do you support this as an option for an internal lot? Number 7. Number 7. Yep, assuming that 4 is allowed, do you support this configuration of housing types on an internal lot? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, right again, do you support it on a corner lot? 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. I would have guessed the opposite. Okay. Did we all get what I was doing there? So first we were voting, if it was an internal lot, is the configuration okay? Is it a corner lot? Is the configuration okay?
Would it be better to run through them all as internal? You might not have to switch so much.
To me, it's switching just as much. I don't know.
My apologies to all of you.
8. Internal. Do you accept this as an option? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On a corner lot, do you accept this configuration as an option? 9. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay. Number 9. Do you accept this as an option on an internal lot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you accept this as an option on a corner lot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 10. Do you accept this as an option on an internal lot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you accept this as an option on? Are you getting all this? Because I kind of.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Do you accept this as an option on a corner lot? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 11. Internal lot. Accept it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. corner lot, do you accept this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 12, internal lot, do you accept this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On a corner lot, do you accept this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And last but not least, 13 on an, pardon?
Multi-dwelling development.
I think small little detached houses all sharing one lot.
Okay, so on an internal lot, do you accept this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On a corner lot, do you accept this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did that help you?
That was awesome. Nice work.
I actually am curious about what the thinking is because some of the numbers are flipped. So I'm curious what people's thinking were and what influenced your decision on voting differently for corner or not, because that might help us craft what is our intent here.
So generally it seemed to, and maybe if you relayed the numbers, it would be helpful. It seemed to me, which is what I found interesting, is that for the way I was thinking about it, fewer people liked the variation on the corner lots than they did internally. And that makes more sense. We're less supportive of more variation on corner lots than they were on variation internal lots.
That's true
7,
for
8, and 11. Right?
No, 7, 8, and 10.
7, 8, and
7,
10. You're right.
8.
Yeah, 7, 8, and 10. That is true. Corner lots got fewer votes than internal lots.
So for those of you who parsed that out, maybe you want to share with staff your thinking on why. So looking at 7, 8, and 10, why that felt appropriate for internal lots but not appropriate for external or for corner lots. Nobody wants to share their thoughts with you. It's a secret.
That will be difficult to explain to City Council when we're there with a proposal. So I think a little bit, maybe this was a lot to go through. Maybe you can all be thinking about helping us understand what the logic is. Like we explained what our logic was. In single dwelling houses, zones, generally you see a big structure and a little one in the back. That was the context we were going for. Now this context, if we do go for 4 units, I'm really having a hard time figuring out what context are we trying to advance.
So, and here maybe was my guess, is the way they present themselves to the corners. You were talking about 2 street faces versus the idea of these are structures in somebody's backyard. You can't really see them. And I'm just maybe throwing ideas out there to people if that resonates with you as something that was striking.
That does seem to be the thread in terms of the ADUs, right?
Yeah.
Andre?
I'm not an architect, but it is a visual issue for me, and it's a form issue. And it was more, I had 2 faces versus 1, and what would I see on 2 versus 1? That is kind of that simple. And I don't know, the one was, it just seemed that I was going to see one building and maybe an ugly one, and maybe I'd see 2 faces, so I had more opportunity to see better. And I, maybe not, but that's as simple as I got it.
Eli?
I didn't admittedly do that much thinking on this exercise, but I was pretty supportive of the options. But in the back of my head, I'm thinking that Portland caps lot coverage at 50% for these lots. Typically, there's some adjustments if on different size lots. So the lot coverage is capped. Portland already has a 15% cap on detached accessory structures on a property. So that's 750 square foot on a 5,000 square foot lot. So that's like one-story ADU. So regardless of any of these options, you're constrained by, I guess went through my head, a lot of these options you could not build based on those other constraints. And there's also a requirement of 250 square feet of outdoor area per lot. Is it per lot or per unit? Actually, the table may need some updating if we end up changing that.
Right.
But right now it's 250 square feet of open space in a 12 by 12 foot area. So what's going through my head is that some of these are you just can't do based on other elements of the code. You couldn't build 3 detached accessory dwelling units unless they were like 250 square foot each, 2-story maybe.
Right. That would get tricky, but so again, we mentioned the sort of iconography of these. So the two-story ADU is something, a prototype that we've anticipated seeing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the last thought I had is that, I mean, historically, the corners is where you tend to see the L-shaped quads, because they can have little homes facing the other street. And I think that it's kind of a natural development type if you want to have attached ownership options. I think you're most likely to see forms that we've seen in the past, and maybe they're two-story instead of one-story. But in the past, we've seen mid-block. The quads we saw in the past were like Mike's quad, and the quads you see on the corners tend to be like these little L-shaped things or rows of row houses facing the street. So those are kind of like, if you're going to see the most units, it seems most likely they'll be in those forms. It's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess forever it's worth is, I was thinking of walking through a coastal town in Southern California, and those single family neighborhoods will have a house and there's like this alley and you walk down, there's all these other little houses that it's kind of this whole discovery thing, and they're actually some of them are kind of not so great, but some of them can be quite wonderful too. And so in my mind, that's kind of what this ends up setting up a potential of. So the configuration in some ways wasn't so important, except I've already stated, I just am struggling with the whole triplex with a little ADU on the side as a form thing. So that's the only reason I voted against that one. Jeff?
Just briefly, I didn't study the forms that closely, but I felt if we're going to go to 4 units, I'm not sure I'd support it, but I didn't know if we want to start regulating and how you have to configure and build your 4 units. That in that case, I'll go with the Chris Smith free market approach. If we're going to allow it, let's see what developers come up with to create their 4 units, rather than starting to get into, well, this form's okay, but you can't do 2. You have to, So anyway, that was where I ended up. But I could be persuaded if there's a form in there that everyone thinks is terrible, we could go there.
Teresa and Jeff or Chris.
Just to speak to that, Jeff, I think what you would see is that, like the triplex with the ADU, that would be an existing triplex. They're like, oh, I can add an extra thing. So it wouldn't necessarily be what somebody would design from the ground up, but it would be a way to allow a current property owner to increase their opportunity.
Just to explain my voting pattern, I did not distinguish between corners and internal lots. I basically voted no on anything that had more than 3 structures, on the idea that the main thing here is to work on the visual impact of the bulk, and 4 structures just seemed like a bridge too far.
Totally
that helps.
Helpful? Clear as mud?
Yeah, no, it's
Great.
helpful.
Yeah, you guys are excited, I can tell. Sorry.
The good news is we get to turn the page.
Oh my gosh, I thought there was 75 minutes for just those. My lord, we're way behind.
The other ones I think well, maybe not this next one.
My bad. I
other
just
ones might
totally messed that up. Okay, issue D.
Oh, yeah.
All right, issue D. So this gets a little bit to Andreas's point. So as it is now, this has to do with when you get the additional unit, the 3rd or the 4th unit. And in our proposal, the 3rd unit is coming with the requirement that one of the 3 units be visitable, and the 4th unit comes with the requirement that it be affordable. So there's been some conversation about allowing 3 or 4 by right, or what sort of strings would be attached possibly to those additional units.
Okay. You guys think we can do this in like 15 minutes? Let's try. Or if we can do it faster, even better. But so just keep comments to a minimum, I guess, just what you're really clearly passionate about. You guys are passionate about everything. Andre.
The visitable, I'm agreeable with. The affordable, I'm not, because I don't know that there's affordability there. I mean, I just don't see the affordability. The public benefit seems to be a good goal. It's just, what do you want to achieve? And in a sense, if we're saying that we're looking at the marketplace and we're talking about 4 units almost by right, is the visibility just not a requirement? Not a, you just make it a requirement that one of 4 units be visible versus, and if you have 4 units, one has to be to get to that from that standpoint?
No, so the proposal.
No, I know what the proposal is,
okay.
but I'm just
You're throwing out another option.
I'm just throwing out another option. If we're talking about 4 units,
Mhm.
and we just went through an exercise talking about 4 units, to me, it's just let's make the 4th unit, if you want that 4th unit visible, the public benefit, and you get it by right if you make that happen.
Right. So I guess maybe the question here is, if you want to go to 4 units, should both of these just be bumped up? The 4th unit be visitable, and the 5th you can do if affordable.
Well, the 5th is commercial, correct?
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
so
I think Andre,
that's what
you're right. I think
talking about.
That may be an option, but I think Andre just said he's not seeing B as an option, so therefore he's bumping
3 to 4.
3 to 4, or a unit by the time you get to the maximum on the side. How about whatever the maximum is?
Whatever the maximum is, yeah.
You have to do visibility to get that maximum. Is that maybe a clean way to say it?
Yeah, whatever.
Teresa.
So I like tying the extra unit to some sort of public benefit. I think that's actually useful and gets us to something that's forward moving but not onerous, maybe. I don't know. People could argue with that. But I would say, to Andre's point, maybe 4th is visitable, and you have to put some money into the Affordable Housing Public Purpose Fund. And because regulating all these little units all over the place is probably going to be administratively difficult. And maybe that'll be something that would stop somebody from doing it. But if they really just wanted to do it, here's some money, and we can put that money in a place where we can manage it.
Katie?
Yeah, I do want to speak for the staff's proposal here, because we really wanted to have 4 units, and one of the reasons that I heard from people who wanted to have the 4 units was so that more people could live in these units. And unless you make one of them affordable, that's probably not going to happen. You'll just have middle-class people living in them. So to me, that's a good trade-off in the neighborhoods, to say that that 4th unit has to be affordable. And I am in sympathy with people who are worried about how you do that. I'm not sure if we have to figure that out, but that is appealing to me. And the visitable one, I'm more in sympathy with that as I get older. My mother is disabled. I'm always having to push her around in a wheelchair. And, I honestly really like this staff proposal the way it is. So I guess that's my mantra these days.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Katie, maybe for different reasons, but I support the staff proposal. And I just want to address the affordability question quickly. So I think staff, we've discussed in your Q&A that we think the market for these additional units is in the 100 to 120% MFI range, if I remember correctly. So the affordability proposal is at 80%, right?
Correct.
So I think it's worth trying to make the stretch. Maybe we won't do it. But to Jeff's misunderstanding of why I'm choosing a market approach in this case when I normally regulate is that my view is markets are technologies, and you choose that technology when it will achieve your ends. And with parking, market's a great tool to achieve my ends in parking. And in other places, it's not. But I think these 2 public benefits are basically something of a brake on the uptake. If we go to the 4-unit proposal, these are a counterbalancing force. So you got the regulated market sometimes is the best of all worlds. So this is, sort of creating a regulated market.
No, Andre, you had your hand up. Do you still? Andreas, I'm sorry. No. Michelle?
So I don't know how this fits, but I have a sort of cultural question here. Because we've had friends in Northern California where the McMansion had our friend's family, his brother's family, and his parents living in it. So when we impose this affordability requirement, how would that play out to an extended family that wanted to live together in one of these? Would they have to figure out one element of the family qualify for affordable?
Are they separate units?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about these, a duplex and 2 ADUs, if I want.
They could live in just one large house. That was my
They
point.
could, but if it was my in-laws, I would want them in a different unit. So I'm just saying.
So if you've got multiple small units on a site and it's all a family, I think she's throwing out, does that mean one has to meet affordability, and how does one go about that? There's complexity there.
I'm just curious how that works.
So,
Right,
Jeff, and then Andre. Your mic's not on. Thank you.
If the fourth unit has to be affordable, I think the only entities that would try to do that are nonprofit affordable housing providers. And I don't know if that's a realistic market for most of those entities, but so I don't like it, but so be it, because I'm not sure we want to allow 4 units. So I think by making the fourth unit have to meet affordability requirements, we'll see very few of those. So if your goal is to see more 4-unit fourplexes because you think that's a good thing, I think that undermines the goal. Again, for every fourth affordable unit you get, you'll probably lose a handful of market rate fourth units. On the visibility, I don't think we have any sense of what this costs, how difficult it is, how many lots are configured in such a way that it becomes difficult and expensive. So I'm nervous on sort of going blindly into what is obviously a desirable social goal. I don't think we've got the data to know how much this will undermine getting a third unit. And so again, to the extent we're going through this exercise in hopes that we see triplexes or 3-unit configurations, I think we're taking a risk that the visibility requirement will add enough expense, enough hassle, that'll be a tipping point. It'll discourage developers from trying that third unit because here's some more expense. And I simply don't know, and I don't think we've been given enough data and information to know what kind of expense it is. So I would urge us to do what BDS suggested, leave that for a building code process. Because again, I think if we do it, we're risking getting the third unit. And I'm comfortable risking the fourth unit because I'm not sure how many 4 units we're going to get, but I'm very nervous about risking the opportunity for a lot of 3-unit configurations by adding a requirement that we simply do not have enough data to know how debilitating it's going to be to the opportunity for 3 units.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Completely
let him
jumped
go.
over you, but I have
Go
a
ahead.
feeling you're commenting on that. No? Okay, let me
Go ahead.
go
let him
ahead.
No, go ahead.
Let's just get going. One of you.
Okay, I'll go quick. I think the testimony I heard a lot for the affordability requirement related to family size units. I think if we want to, and nonprofits getting a competitive chance at getting these properties in the first place. So I think that my inclination would actually to be any kind of affordability bonus to be in terms of FAR rather than unit count. Let them build a little bit more FAR, and that lets them get the family size units that they're seeking. And that would extract it from this situation, but go to the size. And the visitability one, I think that it's, I think you're kind of right. It should be building code. I think that, frankly, in terms of usability of the code, my ideal would actually say a building with a 600 square foot footprint. You have to do ADA because that's what the bathroom's easier to deal with in that situation, or something that relates to actual building a house. Because as it is now, the visitability requirement is the hardest hits on small footprint units, which I kind of like to encourage.
Can you just quickly clarify? My gut would be the hit isn't necessarily cost, except that it's configuration tied, cost tied to
It's just so much
configuration.
harder to, right, it's how do you lay out, if you have a 16-foot wide unit, how do you get an 88 bathroom there? The other stuff's easy. You know, on a lot that's not topographically weird. It's just, so I don't have an answer on it. I don't have a clear idea on the visitability, except that it does seem like I want to do something for it in this code update, and I think it's ultimately better housed as a building code.
Andre, sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no problem. The affordability issue to me is, we'll get to more of it in a little bit later, but it is compiled from the information that Andreas provided earlier, minorities are not going to get to 80%. So you're not going to have minorities be able to get to an 80% level. To the issue Jeff talked about, this is not a desirable market for nonprofits to get a bunch of 300, 400 square foot units scattered across the city to manage. It's there. If we want to just have them pay into the fund, make it a requirement. Otherwise, just get rid of it. And if you want 4 units, make it do something else, get another public benefit. But I struggle with putting affordability when it's not going to really bring any affordability, may not be used, isn't going to serve part of the population, it won't serve any of the population of color or anybody at 60% or below. And so we're doing it for what reason? What public reason?
So my 2 cents on that is I agree. I feel like all it is putting up kind of a false hope. Like we're saying we're doing this because we feel it'd be great to have more affordable units, but what's really going to happen is they're not going to get built. Or it's just going to be so many of these, and I think you're absolutely right, Jeff, to even put 4 on here is a big leap for a lot of people who own a home. So I'm thinking of now maybe somebody who actually owns a home on their lot and they're adding ADUs. It's going to be so rare that somebody's going to put that 4th unit, and now you've really just killed the chance of it ever happening. So I'm inclined to not support that. Visitable, I think generally, with the exception, I'm struggling a little bit on a small ADU trying to make it happen. I support it. I think it's kind of the bathroom's the only tough thing. And I guess I want to clarify with staff, is it just that one of the units would have to be visitable? In other words, if you were to convert, let's say, a primary house in a situation where there's already an existing home and they're adding an ADU, or 2 or 3, if they made the primary home the one that's visitable, does that then count?
Yeah.
Because it seems to me on a larger footprint, it's going to be perhaps easier.
It's one of 3 at the applicant's choosing, and it exempts existing structures. So sort of the counter, the reverse proposal would be someone's got a garage that they're converting to or they've already got an ADU, they're converting a garage to an ADU. The building is existing. We wouldn't apply the visitability standard to the existing structure. So a little bit backwards from what you were talking about, but ultimately the answer is 1 out of the 3 units, whichever one
One
works.
out of the maximum number of units that we land on.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're saying if they build new, it's 1 out of the maximum number of units. If they're converting, whether it's the existing house or the detached structure,
correct,
then they're exempt from the standard. That's what's embedded in the proposal.
Got it. Okay. And then just a little bit on the visibility. Morgan and I had a little back and forth. In my thinking of this is that just from here on out, and we should change the code, that every single family new home that's built today needs to be visitable, and kind of let the ADUs, which are kind of hitting a different thing and they're struggling a little bit more for how to configure on a site, be ADUs, and not burden them with it. But whole nother complicated thing. I'm not necessarily throwing that as an amendment.
Well, if I could get a clarification on that, how close to visitable does existing building code get us, and what would we need to get it? If we took the BDS path and say building code should be the vehicle for that, how far would we have to go to close the gap?
I only want to speak to the 1 and 2 dwelling code. Better Housing by Design has a different barrier, right? So the building code doesn't stipulate how you get into the house, other than you need steps that aren't more than 7 inches. So you can have steps into your house. I think the front door is a 32-inch minimum door, so we're 2 inches wider on the door, which I was commenting to Commissioner Schultz. That's helpful when you want to get a refrigerator into the house. The bathroom, there are certain fixture clearance standards in the building code about how much clearance you need in front of a toilet, but there's not a requirement for that turning radius for a wheelchair. So a big impact is the size of the bathroom, just to accommodate the wheelchair maneuverability. And there's no requirement that there be living space on the ground floor. So you frequently have a garage and an entrance with steps going up to your living space up above, or a visitable unit would have at least some 70 square feet of living space on that ground floor.
So we're not very close with the building code.
There are ways around, and unfortunately, a lot of homes are built so that they're not visitable, and they meet building code.
What is the path for getting it into the building code, if there was such a thought?
So the building code is a state building code. So we use the state building code, and we do have Title 24, which is amendments to the building code, but we have to work with the state officials to make sure that we're not doing something that's circumventing what's in the state building code. And so we have begun conversations with them about internal conversions. We've had conversations with them about visitability. It's a little different for multi-dwelling zones versus single dwelling zones, because in single dwelling zones, we're making the case that you have to be visitable to earn another unit, so it's a bonus. It's not a replacement for their building code, which is different for Bill's project. So it's a long process. I think for the commission, it would be, if you wanted us to pursue that, maybe we put it in the letter and then we take that to City Council and have the discussion at City Council so we don't lose it, and see if we can get direction from them to keep working on it at the state level.
And for what it's worth, I'd be more supportive of that direction of the letter versus. Anyway, so any other kind of additional? Yes, Andres.
With the fourth unit affordable, I know that 7.1, which wasn't an additional unit but was additional FAR, allowed the payment of an in lieu fee. I think that if there was concerns for members of the commission about the fourth unit having to be affordable, preventing fourth units from being constructed, if that's something we're interested in, then examining an in lieu fee where the fourth unit must be affordable or you must pay an equivalent amount into the in lieu fee fund could help accomplish both affordability goals and having more units constructed.
My 2 cents would be you wouldn't pay into the fund either. That all being said, do we have any other kind of proposals out there? So here's what I'm seeing we're voting on. There's one that's staff proposal, which would be that our third unit must be visitable. Our fourth unit must be affordable. We have a proposal on the table that is just 1A would be kind of the variation, which means we're dropping the fourth unit at being affordable as a requirement. We have a 1A, B being a fund only, not a requirement to build, I think is what I heard from you, Teresa. And right now, is that an option? I mean, that's already an option, so I guess that's basically, I guess that's what I wanted to clarify, or is it not? Is there an option with the fourth unit must be affordable that you could just pay into a fund?
As proposed, you can only pay into the fund if you're getting the third unit and not building an affordable unit. So it's not really tied to the fourth unit yet. So let's put that on the table.
Okay. I also heard there's a 1B option that would tie it to FAR instead of a unit. So you get more FAR if it's affordable. And so maybe, I think now I'm going to rethink this. I think the way I'll take these votes is, first of all, is just, let's vote on the visitable, I think, issue, and then we'll take now that I'm thinking about the affordable issue. So, and let's just say whatever the max number is required, that maximum amount. So whether if it's 3 units, then it'd be the third unit, and if we go to 4 units, it's going to be the fourth unit must be visitable. So if you're supportive of that, does that make sense, what I'm asking? Yeah, okay. So if you're supporting that proposal, go ahead and raise your card.
You repeat the proposal. This is
so that it would be the proposal that whatever we decide is the maximum amount of units, that last unit,
right,
then triggers the visitable requirement.
to be consistent with staff, one of the 4 unit or 3 units, whatever it is, has to meet it. It doesn't have to be the
One
last
of the
one you
3 or
actually
one of
build.
the 4, whatever the number ends up being.
And that's only for new construction.
Really quick concern with that framing of it. I think you'd go from one less than the max unit being outright, and then the last unit both potentially requiring visibility and affordability, which could be a bigger hurdle than just one of the two to access that extra unit.
Makes sense. But just so I can get a feel for how many people are even supporting visitability, and then we'll kind of parse that out. So does it make sense what we're voting on? So this vote is a vote for whether you feel once you've hit the maximum units on a site that one of them needs to be visitable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then I'll just add the caveat, is there, since we kind of just talked about it, a straw poll on writing a letter to push council to consider making every single family home, new single family home visitable by building code.
That means a main dwelling, not an ADU?
Correct. 1, 2.
Including it in a letter.
Yeah, in a letter. This isn't part of the code, right? It's just encouraging council to take this up as a
building code issue.
for all single family homes.
I mean, can we say
all new
subject
construction.
to lot slope constraints? I mean,
This is
it would make some
conceptually
lots
like-
unbuildable. I mean, I guess it just
To start an exercise to study what it would take for every single family home that's newly constructed. Exactly. To be to study it, I guess, is the question. Just take on a study for it.
10-year study.
Yeah, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So now let's move on to the affordable proposal. So
Can I just share Ben's really quick because he
Oh,
had
sorry.
for his right allowed by right. So his note says these should be allowed by right. It encourages production. So the idea that the more strings attached, the less units you'll get.
I'm not. These should be ADU should be allowed by right. All of them, however many. So
However
he's not
many.
Don't
supporting
condition the last
visibility.
unit on
It'd be a no.
stuff.
Okay.
Or
I was-
affordability.
I was there until, I mean, if we're talking about FAR, we have so many options. It's hard to keep track.
I know it is hard. I agree. Okay, so now let's take on the affordability issue. So you hit your maximum, is now affordability triggered. And let's just say you actually have to make the unit on site affordable for not the fund issue. So how many support that one of the 4 units has to be affordable
Without fee in lieu.
without fee in lieu? No support for that. Okay, so now you're hitting your maximum or whatever the trigger is we decide. How about that? And one of the units, you have to pay into a fund, an affordable fund, to get that unit.
Or you can build it.
Or build
Or
an
affordable
affordable
unit, right.
I
have a
guess I
choice.
just, okay, or build the affordable unit. Sure.
So clarifying question then. Clarifying question, who sets the fee? Because recalibrating that fee over time is the way to balance production with affordability, right? So I want some rational decision maker making that decision as opposed to locking it in code.
Well,
Housing
Housing
Bureau.
Bureau's been setting it for IH. I guess
Correct.
my assumption
Okay.
would be that.
That would work
Okay.
for me.
Okay, so do we all understand what this proposal is? So it'd be requiring one of the units to either be built as affordable or you pay into a fee in lieu fund.
That's to unlock the 4 units on the site.
Unlock the maximum.
Unlock
Yeah.
the maximum.
But does it apply to a triplex?
The 3?
Does it apply to a 3 unit or only to a 4 unit?
Well, I don't think that we. So if I'm
You
if I'm
bundle all the decisions, we'll never make a decision.
yeah, if I remember correctly, I think we're leaning between you. You're either going to have a 3 or 4, and I guess if you've got 3, my thought process would be since we were so close to almost having a 4, that now you'd be triggering the 4th unit as this deal.
Okay.
Or again, if you're just going to outright allow 4, it could just be the only way you get the 4th is to trigger this deal, which is kind of saying the same thing, is it not? That's what I thought. So
No, it's
that's
saying
why
something different.
to me it's just maximum number of units. Okay. So sorry. Needs to be affordable or pay into the fund. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I guess Ben, that'd be 6, was also a no. Is that correct?
So he was against it.
He was against that one.
He was against it.
Oh, he's against that
Don't
one.
condition
Right.
it.
Sorry.
So no vote.
He'd be a no. Okay. So the other option would be to get the maximum amount of units that you would pay into a fund to get FAR, extra FAR, or you could build it on site, I guess, too, at that point.
So this is
Not
this
far.
is my
This is to
alternate
get
approach.
far,
Right.
not the units. It's not now getting the right to build the additional unit. It's now just saying you're going to get
You
additional
get to build 4 units
FAR.
by right.
In
but
other
you
words,
can
you
build
get 4 by right. Thank
more.
you.
You can build more volume if you commit to affordability.
If you pay into a fund or you
You
build
can either
on
pay
site.
into a fund or provide affordability to make it bigger.
So you're getting more
We're
square
not counting-
footage for the affordability
But you still
requirement.
have to provide 1 unit on your idea, right? You know, or you're saying.
You could either provide a unit or you could pay into a fund. Oh, I see what you're saying.
So I get
No,
more
yeah, you're right.
FAR. What's my requirement? I have to have a unit that's affordable. I mean, it's no
Or you
different.
pay into a fund.
Or pay into a fund.
Right.
So you could do a small box with 4
yes.
by right, or you
Right.
can bump up the box if one of the units is affordable.
But the end
That's
result
right.
is 1
Or
unit
you-
has to be affordable. It's still a
Correct.
unit.
Or you
1 unit
pay
affordable.
a fee in lieu.
And you get
Right.
some FAR back with it. Right.
Yeah.
Or fee in lieu. I think we're always.
It's basically a way of saying you can do 4 by right without no affordability, like what Ben was proposing. But if you want to get a bigger structure than what we're saying, then you got to pay up or do affordable.
One was units, one is square footage.
Are those compatible? I mean, we just voted on the one with the added unit.
It's an alternate
This
way
would
of
be an
doing it.
alternative.
It's basically
Can you
saying
vote for both of them?
I want to
mean-
vote for both of them.
I plan on it.
Pardon?
I want to vote for both of them. I prefer the FAR one, but I like to give if a developer like Habitat wants to do affordable units, I want to give them some competitive advantage for a
Right.
piece of property. And there's one way to get competitive advantage is you can build an extra unit on it. A different competitive advantage is you can build more living area on it. And staff's said previously that the value of the property has more to do with FAR than the number of units you can put on it. So I'm saying that's where the benefit lies, is more to build more stuff. And they want to do family units. So I'm proposing this we don't even know for sure if we have the FAR tool in our toolkit yet, but if we do, I think the FAR turns out to be more valuable than the number of units. So that's
So
why
in
I
other
want
words, this would be 2 different things that you'd have an
to be
alternative.
one or the other.
some
You
alternatives.
wouldn't do both of those
Okay.
two scenarios.
Trying to understand.
Yeah.
Since I can't vote, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. I really appreciate the idea of inserting FAR into the conversation. I think it was important to have that as part of the affordability bonus because it does build value. But switching to a model where you have 4 units by right, I think would decrease the uptick for the in lieu fee. So what that would mean is if you allow 4 by right, but if you want a little bit more FAR, you pay into the in lieu fee. I think what we'd see is less people paying into the in lieu fee, which means less affordable housing. And so I think there is a substantial difference between the 2 proposals in how much affordable housing you get at the end of it. I would also support finding other ways to sweeten the deal for affordable housing developers with FAR, in addition to the previous vote that we still discussed.
Okay.
The concern I have with FAR is that essentially you're just buying FAR for a bigger structure, and it was just discussed before. You potentially could just put that second kitchen in, maybe never use it, but you've got a bigger structure, and you didn't get any affordability. You just got some money, and that's not. I think that's not the public benefit we're trying to get units. If we're really saying we're trying to get affordable units, let's try to get units. If we're just want people to pay into a fund, just tell them to pay into a fund and get the FIR and move on. I mean, let's not delude ourselves that we're trying to get something here that we're never going to get.
So we had close to a consensus last time about the idea of paying into a fund to get an additional 0.1 FAR. So we've sort of already been there, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah. That's when you wanted 0.1 by right. And the other half of us said we want 0.1 by paying into a fund.
Glad you remember better than I did what I thought, because I don't think that anymore.
I mean, I don't think at the scale of the residential package, any inducement we could do, I don't think there's a way to convince a for-profit developer to build an affordable unit, regulated 99-year affordability that they wouldn't have been doing otherwise. I think it's unlikely to happen at this scale. It's even questionable whether it happens at the inclusionary housing scale, 20 plus units in a building. So I'm trying to get some, I think that the customers for this are going to either be someone who's going to build it anyway and just want to give them a bonus, competitive advantage or something like that, or it's just a way of getting more funding through the construction excise tax that the state law doesn't allow us to fund more than 1%.
Yes, Joe. Sorry, Eli.
That's it.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to move slow.
Yeah. So let us come back with a benefit that we can offer a developer that's likely or that's interested in developing affordable housing to add value to that proposition and give them a competitive advantage. That would, I'm not 100% sure it depends on whether or not we have FAR, what form it takes. That seems to be the nature of the affordability bonus that I'm hearing the most support around, because you're also very supportive of, if we're going to go for 4, let's get 4 units, right? So, and there's a trade-off there about any sort of provision or requirement making it less likely that we'll get the 4th unit. So I think there's something there to work on, even if that makes sense.
Okay, so we don't need a straw poll?
No.
Cool. Fee simple units.
All right.
We're really clicking along here, guys.
Well, okay, so real quickly, just for context, the proposal that we have on the table doesn't allow for land divisions to separate duplexes into 2 attached houses. There is a current provision on corner lots that allows this to happen. Basically, this treats R5, R7, etc. lots more like R25 zones. And I think the concern from staff and why this wasn't proposed in the first place, a couple of things. One is we were really trying to widen the diversity of housing types, so that meant not just creating fee simple attached houses, but providing for duplexes, triplexes, ADUs. So it's sort of a different type of housing. And secondly, this really kind of is more reflective of just a flat out rezone. So if we're talking about all lots having the ability to divide to R2.5 lot sizes, then a more appropriate approach would be to rezone to R25.
Well, can I give my counterpoint?
Of course.
Sure. I think this is piggybacking off something that's we've done a good job with the corner duplex. The thing we didn't do right now with the corner duplex, you can divide it by right in half into 2 lots. What we don't do with the corner duplex is regulate how big you can make the thing. And right now, we're seeing a lot of antagonism from neighbors about how huge these things are. My proposal is that if you create a duplex mid-block within the envelope allowed, then why not let someone just drop a property line in the middle of it? If you create a row of 3 or maybe 4 on a corner, why not allow someone to drop property lines there? The difference between rezoning it is rezoning implies you can build a bigger structure there. I'm saying you're stuck with the, if it were rezoned R2.5 in the middle version here, they could both be a lot bigger than they could as one R5 house.
Well, we haven't had the discussion yet. That's on the 10th about what the standards are for
Right, but everything we've seen so far, our 2.5 is like 0.7, R5 is like 0.5.
Because we view the R2.5 as a transition between the multi-dwelling and
which is all good with me. My presumption is that R2.5 is a more intensive zone, R5 is a less intensive zone. So if you're willing to work within the parameters of the R5 zone, why not allow someone to divide a line in there? And what we're seeing happening is, and that makes it a possible first-time homebuyer opportunity, basically. So if you took any of these things and you actually did rezone it, you would be probably increasing the entitlement on the site. So I'm trying to say, without increasing the entitlement for how big something you can build on the site, give someone the latitude to change the ownership by dropping property lines in there. And we've already got code for it from the corner duplex. That's been in the books for 10 years. So anyway, that's my pitch, is to say you're stuck within the size limit of the base zone. No fudging that, but allows you to sell them separately.
Okay, so Teresa and then Andreas.
So there is one other form of ownership, which is a co-op. We have a few of them in Portland. You know, you guys together, the two sides own the property together. They share a wall, probably, and some other things. So that is a way to do that without changing the lot lines.
I have to do a point of information. There's only one legal co-op in the state of Oregon, and it is in Southwest Vista. It's a multifamily development. So I don't think you're actually. I used to think we had co-ops here, but we don't have that. We have condos for
Right.
sure. Is that what you
Right.
meant?
No,
Or-
I meant
okay.
a co-op. I mean, I don't know. I used to have a co-op in Seattle, and
Yeah,
me and
yeah.
a bunch of old ladies lived in this apartment building.
Yep, Oregon doesn't seem to have them in our.
Andreas.
I think co-ops are great, but also have concern around, I think it's easier if you have a triplex that is on one lot for that to be owned by one person and rented to two other households than if you have a triplex that is on three separate lots. I think the chance of those being home ownership opportunities increases, which creates more affordable or lower cost home ownership opportunities. I also know that there have been challenges in the uptick of Portland's market accepting condos, especially applying condos to small situations, which further encourages just it being owned by one person who uses it as potentially an investment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think when I work in condo world, it's much bigger volumes, but I have to say the liability associated with just condos is just something we all tend to want to run away from. So I would only imagine that it is adding a layer of making condos as an option less desirable. That being said, I'm struggling a little bit with okay, but we're creating perhaps with this option, which I really do like, smaller places that are more affordable, but we're perhaps losing rentals, right? And so but I'm also then thinking the rental is going to be the same price one way or the other would be my gut, right? So I don't know. I'm honestly just vacillating. Joe is wanting to jump in there.
Well, I just want to, I think Eli laid the argument out well. Remember your order of the goals that you set for yourself, this idea of creating more housing options, size, smaller units in these neighborhoods was a top goal. This idea that, and maybe that could be a home ownership opportunity was there, but not the primary objective. There's no value that's been set by the commission that I'm aware of that rental property is to be, or ownership property is to be valued for more than a rental property. So just that it can be done. Don't get distracted from what we thought we were trying to accomplish.
So can I just ask, so here's what my question is a little bit, Joe, is if it's an ownership opportunity, does that then make it actually more affordable to a certain group of people who could perhaps afford it? Granted, there's a different thing there.
Well, you know,
what
honestly,
I'm getting at is I guess I'm looking at it as an affordability issue versus whether it's rental, that's what they're going to rent for the same amount of dollars, whether it stays together or not. So it doesn't change the rental equation, but it perhaps changes the affordability equation for some people trying to get into the market.
So I thought
it does, but when you think about the cost to a household that's got the down and can finance even a small purchase is different than a household that may just choose to be a rental tenant, have rental tenancy, or like be a renter. So there is a difference there, but we haven't done the numbers to tell you that scale of difference. But that's how I parsed it. It's like those are two different markets. There are a lot of overlap and flow between the two.
I thought the BHD.
And then you're going to get more demolitions with the property line adjustments because that's a more attractive development product, just for maybe for some of the reasons you were just saying, Kat, about the condo and the liability, although we are seeing condos, especially in these smaller products now. And if we're defending this, what we're doing, to the extent that this matters, it may not, this really is turning it into a different zone, and we should probably just do that.
And Joe, didn't the BHD economic analysis say that developers were more likely to go for the ownership units?
Well, I believe it did, and that's been the track record so far. That's why the skinny lot development is so precious, because it's it's a very, people want to buy. There is a big market for people who are able to and interested in buying that size.
Okay, so Jeff, Teresa, Andre.
Just so I'm clear, Eli or Joe, if we allow the lot divisions, in a sense, we're not changing the form of the building that's on a piece of property. It'll look the same to the neighbors. It'll look the same to the street, on the street. So what we're trying to do is now speculate as to whether this will create more home ownership or less rentals. And I think that's going a step too far. We're trying to create housing options. So we're going to allow duplexes or triplexes. I think by allowing the option of creating the additional lot lines, creating the for sale opportunities, we're doing what we set out to do, more housing options. And whether they end up as home ownership or rentals, or they may end up as home ownership today and turn into a rental tomorrow, I would support this because I don't think it changes the form and the unit count of what we're allowing.
Well, I think in the long run, though, we've created more individual property owners and more individual deeds. So that creates a certain permanency to the lot configuration. You're not going to assemble this land as easily in the future if that's where the ultimate future of these blocks is going to go, or any of these blocks goes. There's other drawbacks, and the lot line is a development convenience or maybe incentive. Maybe it does create some more ownership opportunities, but that's assuming that we don't consider condominium ownership an ownership opportunity, which I think it is. And it also means that we care, that we are prioritizing one type of way of being renters over owners, or owners over renters.
And I guess one thing to add, just back to the form, when we're talking about duplexes versus two attached houses, a duplex can be a number of different forms, right? It can be side by side, or it can be stacked or front and back. Same with the triplexes. When we're talking about dropping property lines in, you're going to get one form, which is, multi-story, whatever. Not necessarily good or bad, but it's going to prescribe a certain outcome.
And just because we also have the infrastructure bureaus here to remind you that when a land division happens, the infrastructure bureaus make sure that there's separate water lines and water meters to each of these. So the more you chunk up land, the more you'll have to separate utilities versus the utilities being together. Is that the only thing you would say?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that
We got a lot of people.
Oh,
Katie.
okay.
That
Sorry,
was my
sorry.
question. So if they're stacked, you can't do it. You can only do it when there's dirt underneath each one of the places.
For a land division, yes.
Okay.
So I think it was, did you, I'm sorry if I missed you. Andre, Andreas, Michelle, Katie.
So the question was around PBOT and BES, and this goes back even to the other ones. As we start putting all these in, it's more of a cumulative effect of having land divisions. We start getting land divisions, the cumulative effect on the bureaus in terms of where if you didn't have the land division, you may only have one water line. Now you've got three. And from PBOT standpoint, are they going to require 3 driveways?
No, because the parking would be required by the zoning code, and where you landed was no parking required. If they provided parking, that's the next step we have to take. If people provided parking, that's what we're discussing about. Is there a maximum number of lots?
Well, if I'm just thinking through, if you think about 3 units now, and the customers say they want a parking spot, a garage or something, you've got 3 curb cuts here. What is that? What do the corners start looking like in terms of form?
Right. So in our next discussion on July 10th, there's 2 things proposed for that, as you know, is rezoning more properties to R2.5, and those are the historically narrow lots, and we'll get into that. But it's also a whole set of what do these things look like, and where can they put driveways, and where they can put parking, and we were proposing to prohibit vehicle area between the front facade and the street. We could carry that forward here to these other zones, but now the R2.5 and the R5 start becoming extremely similar zones, except for maybe FAR and height, because building coverage will be the same, outdoor area will be the same, lot size, etc. So those, so we'd have to do a cross comparison about what's the difference between the 2 zones, and is it worth even keeping?
Fair. So, again, if we could try to be brief with every comment from here on out, because we have about an hour left.
So I think what I'm seeing with this proposal is it doesn't seem like it would change the view from the street. You'd still have the same kind of developments. It doesn't seem like it would increase the building cost except for meters and the cost of a land division itself. It doesn't seem like it would substantially change the rental potential of each of those spaces, but it might offer different home ownership opportunities, and it would seem to increase the number of different housing choices. So while I understand that it does depart from how we are used to doing things and what we think of in these areas typically, it doesn't seem like it would substantially change the building in a way that I think we've heard the most pushback from the community. You would still have the same number of units, you would still have them be the same size, and I think you could potentially have a benefit of lowering the cost to entry for each of those.
I'm not sure if they would be the same size because now those units aren't duplexes. Remember, we said get the box right for one unit and make it bigger for a duplex so that those two attached units on the left aren't a duplex anymore. So when they come in for development, they're a unit on their own lot, so they get downsized. So we'd have to think of through all of that.
Question for you. It seems like what this is setting up, I think perhaps maybe what we're thinking is you build your duplex and you put your lot line down the middle, because in some ways that's where my frame of mind is. But what's really going to happen is the developer is going to come in and put a lot line down the middle and then develop, which means potentially, maybe not everybody.
Generally, people do land divisions before they do development, right?
Which means now you have two different lots, and now you've actually. So I see the struggle in that way, I guess is what I'm getting at. And
I'm curious about the proposal. Now I'm thinking about it more deeply about, is it just for duplexes and triplexes, or is it for all the configurations on the back? Was your thinking just for duplexes and triplexes?
Well, I really just modeled this off the corner duplex provision, which has a couple things. One is if you use that provision, you don't get to do ADUs. I'm fine with that. And you still have to meet minimum lot size requirements. And we set in the R5 zone, the minimum lot size of the R2.5 lot configurations. And it doesn't, I mean, you couldn't physically do this. Maybe we should just pull up that code, the duplex code, because it's really elegant and short, frankly. It basically says you can build what you're allowed to build by right on a corner. You're already allowed to build a duplex on a corner by right in Portland. I think there's a decent chance that on some lots we'll be allowed to build by right a duplex mid-block in at least some part of the city. It's just saying that if you're going to build the right house within the envelope constrained, you're allowed to drop a property line and sell them off separately.
And one of the reasons that's so elegant is because that's the only option of what to do in the corner. Once we start going to these options, then I start wondering, are we just offering that option for...
I would be totally happy with this amendment if I didn't clarify it to say that if you use the provision, you don't get to do ADUs, just like you can't do them on corner duplexes. That would get rid of all those permutations. So basically to say that, I mean, the deal struck for the corner duplex, and it's written in the same code section, is that if you build a corner duplex, you can do a traditional single ownership duplex, or you can drop a property line in there. And you can't do an ADU because you're basically getting a density bonus.
Okay, so how it's worded here is what you intended, to allow the duplex and triplex, so that form to drop lot lines, not all these forms to drop
Correct,
lot
yeah, because I didn't know about all those forms when I did this up. Yeah, so I'm not proposing this extend to those forms. It's just a way of, I mean, from my perspective, people are already doing condos on these deals. That's why they're doing corner duplexes right now. And they're doing it because they're avoiding the subdivision process and all the infrastructure bureaus. And condos is just I think condos are a weird form of ownership for having a whole bunch of like 2 and 3 unit condos is kind of silly when they have like no common space. There's no reason for the condo to exist except for to circumvent subdivision code. I'm optimistic that in the next 20 or 30 years, Portland will have a better subdivision process and people will be able to provide what the market really wants. It's just an affordable way to have a little row house, on a corner in the same volume of otherwise could build on that site, and own just your lot, and not have to be part of an association. I think that the market would respond to that, and I fully believe that it would be done within the volume. That's why I don't want to say just rezone it, because when I hear rezone, I hear more scale. I'm proposing keep it within the existing scale allowed in the R5 zone or R7 zone, but allow someone to separate the ownership in a different way than condos.
Michelle?
If we think this is going to result in more people scraping the lot and then building a new structure, then I worry about the people that are currently finding affordable housing by renting existing structures. And I would think if there's a lot of testimony that the existing house is more consistent with the climate goals than building new, and I would think 6 people living in a single family residence is better for the environment than having separate systems. So I just think when we talk about affordability, we need to also recognize the people, whether because they have to or by choice or renting, that are already in these neighborhoods and sharing kitchens and not, finding the need for individual units.
So may I suggest maybe this one's a big one, I think, because I think I'm sensing a lot of trepidation because of the land division code and how that affect. I know we haven't talked to the service bureaus about that and PBOT about how it would affect those systems. And as we shared in one of our work sessions, the introduction to the old land division code, the current land division code, which took 7 years to write. If we got a straw poll on this, I'd still want to return after we've talked to our infrastructure bureaus to see what the ramifications would be. I'd also like to take the R5 and R2.5 and just take all the standards to really compare the two and see, and present it to you to see if it's worth the difference.
Okay, so let's do a straw poll on, is there enough support to keep studying the option of dropping in the lots to be divided when you've got duplexes and triplexes? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And do you know what Ben was?
He said he was open to it.
Okay.
I would like to better understand the repercussions, so there you go.
Wow. Okay. There's consensus on something, kind of. Okay, 5.2.
Good news, I think we can skip this one because we just spent a little time talking about visitability.
Okay.
All right.
5.3.
Which gets us to the overlay.
Are we not talking about parking?
5.4, we wanted to move to 7.3. So I think we can.
Yeah, but 5.3 was do not require parking for additional housing types.
Yeah, which we talked about
last time.
Yep, sorry.
And 5.4, we wanted to talk about during number 7.
Yep.
Moving right along.
We were only allotting 50 minutes for this one, so we're now going to allot like 15.
What are we on?
Can we take a 3-minute break and just? No.
Sure, if you're okay with getting through less material tonight. I mean, that's really what it's going to come down to.
Well, I'm not sure you're going to be making it through.
It's just going to be that much less.
Tonight.
We're not going to make it through it all. You're right.
Okay. Well, let's go here.
I'm happy to take a break.
I didn't know if anybody else needs.
I would say anybody needs to get up, walk, get your water.
Okay. So this is about the map. We've talked about what's going to be allowed, 3 to 4 units and whatever configurations and whatever strings attached and all of that. So where would this be allowed? We have a proposal, and our proposal was within 1/4 mile of centers, transit, and excluding some constraints in displacement risk area. So that is option number 1, is to go with staff's proposal. We heard a lot of amendments of do it everywhere. And we want to suggest maybe you build a map, and we're going to give you the layers today. So there's lots of layers to talk through because we're not thinking you really mean everywhere. And number 3 is an alternative A overlay geography, which is Commissioner Baugh's amendment. And Commissioner Baugh, you provided us with a geography, and we just made a map for you so we can talk through that. So just to refresh your memory, what staff's proposal is, and our methodology is described in volume 1, and so you could follow along with that if you want. Starting on page 41, our first step was and we were building from centers and corridors. So we started from centers and corridors, and we built and then refined the boundaries. So our step 1 in the first iteration was to identify the areas that were within quarter mile of centers, corridors, and high capacity transit. We also noticed that some areas which were very easy to get around in and had great access to pretty good transit and well-connected street grid and near schools and parks and jobs were left out. So we included the medium to high opportunity housing areas, and that created our bubble, and that's what we discussed the first round with the public. Our second step was to adjust the boundary by the zoning patterns and street center lines. So basically all properties that were not zoned R2.5, R5, and R7 were taken out. And that's what you see here is the yellow is the zones that we're talking about. It's the R2.5, R5, and R7. We also took the overlay to a center line. Then the third step was to adjust the boundaries for development constraints. And I'm not going to go through all of these constraints because they're in the staff report, and I want to talk about them in the build a map scenario. So we can skip over that. Our fourth step was adjusting the boundary based on proximity to a combination of amenities. So when staff was doing the actual boundaries, they found many areas that they thought should be in the overlay because it was near a community center. It had several bus lines, but didn't really meet the definition of frequent transit, near a school, a variety of other reasons. And so they added it. This map here shows the areas that were added and removed. One of our appendices shows the methodology and the reasons for each of these areas. Yellow were manually added and blue were manually taken out of the boundary. Our final step was to adjust the boundary based on a displacement risk analysis. And in that analysis, we took a look at vulnerable populations and market conditions. So the result was that the overlay is not proposed in areas with lower access to opportunity and a higher percentage of vulnerable populations. So that was what our proposal is. The next map shows, ta-da, the A overlay. So that is what we propose. This covers about 60% of single dwelling zones in the city, so that's 87,000 lots. So just keep that 60% in your mind. Going on to the next option. So we're providing these as a tool for you for your discussion today because we saw several amendments of don't do this, do that, include everywhere, but not this and that. So we just wanted to provide you a clean slate. And if you take a look at the worksheet on page 4, basically our middle column there, build a map, is what I'm going to be walking you through. So this starts with the first one and the second one, which is everywhere. So what's colored on the map in yellow is, and orange is R2.5, R5, and R7. Those are all single dwelling zones. And then the grays, the variety of grays, is R10, R20, and RF. So those are all the single dwelling zones in the city. And one thing you might want to consider is not applying this to RF, R20, and R10 for a variety of reasons. One is that about 12% of the single-family lots are in these zones. The acreage is larger, of course, because the lots are bigger, but it's 12% of lots. Another reason is, and I think we addressed this on page 4 of your questions and answers, if you saw that, because one of Commissioner Schultz, you asked, why wouldn't we include R10 and R20? And our reasoning is not just about land capacity, but it's about our responsibility to provide public services to these places. And as you know, during the comprehensive plan, you really took this map and looked at the infrastructure and how much would it cost to provide infrastructure services to put more people in these areas. So basically the planned density is a balance between our housing goals of providing more housing, but our ability to cost effectively provide public services also. In other words, it's really difficult and expensive to provide services in those areas. And we have our Service Bureau people here to answer questions about that if we wanted it. I wanted to point out, just take a look at where these gray ones, and as I go through the constraints, you'll notice that most of the constraints are in those areas. That's why they're zoned R10, R20, and RF, not higher density single dwelling zones. So the next map.
So, Sandra, just real quick question. Should we just kind of take a straw poll on we agree with the map we're kind of seeing as we go, do you think? So, in other words, if we're going to build the map, and my thought here was, do we have general support for, everywhere, but subtracting RF, R20, R10?
Sure.
Does that maybe
Yeah.
make some sense?
Let's do that.
Okay. And I would say maybe unless I was going to try to hold as many comments. Like, can we just do it? Are we all good with that? Okay. So, yep.
So, does this map have the lots that are going to be rezoned R5 from R10 on the comprehensive plan? Where is that on this map?
The ones that we did, because the comp plan just went into effect on May 24th, the ones that we did down zone.
Right.
Is that where you're
Right.
Probably
It's just under section 1 in this thing. It's only 219 lots, but if we're going to
gotcha.
do it, are they
Gotcha.
in
So
or out, or where are they?
if you follow the cursor on the screen, there's this small pocket up near Coley. Some portion of this area has an R10 zoning designation with an R5 comp plan designation. And the intention here is when those lots go through their process to rezone from R10 to R5, the A would carry through with them.
But there were properties that you downzoned, or the council downzoned from a 5 to R10. I think they were mainly R10 to R20 or something, the downzonings. We'll fix that. We'll align it. Yeah.
Okay. So, is there support for the map that is everywhere except RF, R20, R10? 1, 2. Everybody but Katie. So, yes.
So support.
And just Katie,
for-
FYI, we are building, so there'll be more constraints. We're not saying this is the map.
So I'm not voting for this one.
But do you vote for this as a base? Are you okay with not? Maybe the question should be: are you okay with the constraint of not including RF, R20, R10?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
everyone
receive that as the question.
yeah,
Voting
sorry.
for subtractions, right? is what we're doing,
Exactly.
right?
In this case, yeah.
Yes.
So that was unanimous. We got that map.
Great.
So what would it mean if you didn't vote for it? It means that
If
you
you didn't
wanted
vote for it, it means you would have wanted like R10 included,
Okay.
or R20
All right.
included. Does
I get
that
it.
clarify it? Okay.
Yeah. So we're decreasing from everywhere. We're decreasing. Subtraction number 2 was is a series of natural hazards. This next map shows steeply sloping lots and landslide history. As you can see, both of them are the hatch marks. So I guess a vote on, do we want to exclude those areas?
That's a quick question.
Yes.
Rosa. How do you know landslide history? Is there an adopted map, or what's the basis for those for identifying those areas?
It's a series of maps produced by USGS. They're the Dogami. That's what I don't know what the initials mean, but it's
pretty old, or are they? Is this something that's updated by?
I think they were adopted with a BLI, right?
Yeah, it's
So it's
periodically updated. It's been updated a couple of
I
times.
mean, I guess I'm just saying it's a reliable source.
Yeah, it's not a dated source.
Okay.
And it's on Portland maps.
And it's one of the background reports for the buildable lands inventory that played into the comprehensive plan map that created this one.
just to add more fodder to that. So there's a difference between landslide history and landslide hazard. Our landslide hazard maps are very broad and large pixelation. Landslide history is based on LiDAR, so it's very specific geography.
Okay. So if there's not any more clarifying question, this would be we vote yes, meaning pull out areas that have steep slopes and landslide history. So if you want to keep steep slopes in or areas that have landslide histories in consideration, then you should be voting no on this one. Does that make sense?
No,
That's not
that's
in
the
this
next
one.
map. That's the next map, sorry.
So
just because we wanted to show the map separately, it was too much when we put it on one map. Yeah, sorry.
they're not on this one. So so in this particular vote, you're just talking about steep slopes and landslide history. We'll add floodplains later.
You're voting on the map, not
The
what
map.
it says here.
Okay, so everybody but 2. Oh, you were yes? And Eli, were you yes?
I was, but no.
Okay, all but one.
Okay.
And I'm not including Ben in these because I don't have any idea. But-
Oh, he was yes.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. The next map is the floodplain map. And as you can see,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. So we circled those areas because you can't see it very much. It's those hatch marks. So there's some in the Johnson Creek area, some way up north along the Columbia Slough between the Columbia, and a couple of spots. Is that 3 spots, I think, in southwest. So,
Floodplain as we know it today.
yes, as we know it today.
So again, a yes would be you support not having floodplain included in the map. You know, if you want to vote no, that means you would want to include floodplains for this proposal. So yes.
Down intentionally.
Got it. Is that because you're not voting, or you're voting no, or
Because
recusing?
I'm not comfortable with the current state of our understanding of the floodplain, and my understanding is that there are situations where you can construct in a way to mitigate risk, and because the levels of damage that people are seeing in some of these floodplains, though they're paying outrageous insurance, the level of damage is really low. So I just am not comfortable with the floodplain at this point.
Okay. So I think that's 9 out of 10.
Okay. So moving
Thank
on
you
to
for clarifying. Just I think
Yeah,
it's
thank
good for everyone to know.
So moving on to subtraction 3, which is about infrastructure. The first map is sewer infrastructure, which is sanitary sewer and lines.
So the point here being the areas that you have highlighted don't have good capacity or convey. They have issues.
And you have to pump,
concerns.
right? Is that what you have to do?
They have no service. Even worse.
Septic fields.
Septic.
Oh, they're septic fields. Okay. So if you are in support of limiting areas that have limited sewer capacity or no sewer,
Can I clarify on this one?
Yeah.
For this one and actually the stormwater one, you could build a today 6,800 square foot single family house on one of these lots, correct? And if you would just have to do things to deal with the sewer or the stormwater.
Well, so yes, you
if
can.
you could state your name for the
Sorry,
record.
I'm Elizabeth Reese-Cadigan with
Thank
the Bureau
you,
of Environmental
Elizabeth.
Services. So you could build on the lot that does not have access to a sanitary sewer if you have room for a septic field. So that was where Aaron could speak more to that, but so that would relate to the soils on the site and the amount of area and the building coverage. So it really is a site-specific situation. So you can't make that statement just based on the zoning or the lot size alone.
And today we'd allow you to build a house and an ADU in that circumstance.
That
I'm
would be
gonna
the
defer to
zoning
the zoning.
allowances.
The zoning would allow it.
How much more burden is it on the septic field if you have a second ADU?
Depends on the person.
Sorry, I do pipes. She does fields.
Specialization.
You can just, Elizabeth, just stay up. Oh, we're going to talk stormwater.
Is that on? Yes. Hi, my name is Erin Mick. I am with the Bureau of Water, but I was the former septic sanitarian for Multnomah County for 11 years until about 4 months ago. So my knowledge is still current. So when you add an accessory dwelling unit, the state code, we go by OARs. The state code requires that ADU has a certain gallons per day, and that gallons per day then has to be met by your septic field. So you either have to add additional lines and be able to show that you have a backup area for that septic. So say you have 3 lines of 100 feet now, and you're adding an ADU, then you would have to add another 300 feet, another 3 lines of 100 just to have that ADU, and then you have to show 600 lineal feet somewhere else on your lot as the backup replacement area as currently required by the state code. So on a lot of these lots that are out there, you get soils, steep slopes, and where you're going to put your stormwater for all of that. And believe me, the lots are small, even though they're big. And wells. Some of these also have well, so some rare.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Well, I'll just make the point that it sounds like if we allow the development, there are plenty of other regulations that constrain whether it can reasonably happen or not. And why can't we rely on those regulations?
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Mike?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been moving away from septic fields in the city of Portland. I'm just curious whether you've done any analysis of negative impact on steep slopes or streams in there. What's the downside of encouraging more development where you need septic?
The possibility of, depending on your soils, the possibility of breakthrough does become higher. And I mean, literally the sewage coming through the ground surface. So
right.
the more close calls we have to make, the more close calls. None, I can tell you none are going into a stream or body of water that we know of. That we're very clear on. If we got any complaint at all, we were out there, and yes, we got people to fix their systems right away. So that's just not happening that we know of. You know, oh, there's old systems out there, and yes, they would come to our attention, but once we know about them, they are required to come up to current code. Honestly, no one likes a failing septic system. It's the one thing we all agree on. So once it's found out, people do fix it. I can tell you that.
And I would just add, it's very costly for people to extend sewer to their properties when they have failing septic systems. So one of the risks of zoning in these areas for additional capacity that we can't support is that people expect that they can do that, and then the costs are very high. So we just end up with a lot of very unhappy customers.
It seems to me that, you know, we're also a sustainability commission, and part of this is water quality and just taking care of the earth and the land that we have. And giving someone by right to go out and do something doesn't mean that it's a good idea. Maybe we ought to prevent people from finding out the ugly truth at some point that they can't live there anymore potentially because they can't afford the sewer and the septic tank has failed. So, you know, there are preventions that I think we ought to take into account as we look at some of this stuff.
I'm coming around.
Teresa, and then Eli.
More regulation.
So I'm just wondering if there are any long-term plans to include particularly some of those areas on the west side that seem relatively close in?
To extend sewer service.
Mhm.
We do have a plan for unsewered areas relative to all of our priorities throughout the city for all of our rehab work for capacity constraints and the replacing aging pipes. The cost to do those projects is always so high that it goes way down our priority list as a city in terms of the benefit to the ratepayer, because you end up serving very few properties with a very expensive system. Most of those properties need a pump station, which is expensive to construct and expensive to operate. So yes, we have plans for it, but when it will be a priority for the Bureau, I can't predict.
Eli, and then Mike, and then we're going to take a vote.
I mean, I think this only comes up of these sites. Someone in their wisdom zoned property R5, R2.5, or R7, where you could build the 6,000 square foot house in an R5 zone. If they did that faced with the situation you've just described, then that was something screwed up a long time ago. We're already significantly downsizing what's allowed to be built there. I will reference that in other communities in this country, availability of infrastructure resources is used as the classic way of keeping alternative housing options out. By saying you have to have minimum lot sizes for a certain amount of sewer capacity is a way of justifying not allowing smaller households compositions. So my thinking is that if you're allowed a single family house there, currently twice the size of what we're talking about today, we should be able to allow housing there in the future. And I think it's a good point Chris raised that we've got a lot of regulations that would make it practically impossible on some of these sites to do it. Rely on those regulations.
Right.
As we go through these, do you have the acreage figure for each of these subtractions? Because it looks like it's a real.
We don't. We have the acreage figures just for the our proposal initially, and then the subtraction for the single family lots, RF, R10, R20, which you already voted on. That's
okay.
12,000 lots.
I'm trying to figure out visually how significant it is, but if you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah, we didn't bring.
Well, and so I guess just one more thing on this map real quick as a question. It's looking at me, I'm trying to find where these sewer issues are that are in the zones that we just voted to include.
Right, that's one of the reasons they have those zones.
Right, exactly.
I mean, are there any?
A tiny little bit in southwest, just in this area, and a little here.
But are those steeply sloping?
We'll find, well,
Okay.
I mean, you start adding on each
exactly.
of these, and it's
This is, Ian McHarg did this 50 years ago. Design with Nature, it's called.
Okay. So are we ready to vote? For those who are going to, a yes would be you use sewer as a limitation. Does that make sense? Okay. Up.
You're going to go one by one?
Nope.
Just sewer now.
Well, I'm just going, map by map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Next one is stormwater.
and since Elizabeth is already up here, can I punt this to you? About
to describe the map?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what constraints you used, so maybe you can start.
Okay, I'll start with the constraints we used. We did use this constraints from the buildable lands inventory that was adopted with the comp plan, and basically stormwater is difficult to manage in these areas. The soils are unsuitable for infiltration, and that's why they're colored purple. So again, it's generally all of Southwest in this case.
So I imagine it was not just infiltration, but also distance to an alternative disposal point, like a stormwater pipe or a drainage way or stream. Was that built into this layer? Do you know, Sandra?
Let me look at the methodology.
It's not the approvable route.
For members of the commission who like paper, there's a paper copy of this map in the packets. I hadn't realized that until just now.
You didn't review it before you came?
So, to the stormwater issue, if someone comes in and builds on the lot and they build an ADU or add an ADU, would BES require them to sign a waiver for stormwater at a future point through an LID?
No.
No.
The only time that waivers are signed for stormwater is in concert with frontage improvement waivers.
Okay. So the ADU wouldn't trigger that
No.
waiver.
Not in and of itself.
But
no.
just would it trigger control of the stormwater on the site though?
If it's more than 500 square feet of impervious area. So that's the trigger for the stormwater manual is based on impervious area square footage. Or a new, if you have an existing connection and you're moving it to a different disposal point. But for new development, it's 500 square feet. So an ADU could be more or less depending on the form.
Go ahead, Chris.
So if the issue here is impervious surface, and we're constraining FAR, which is a proxy for lot coverage, the one big house or house in an ADU makes very little difference, right?
And that's the conversations we had with the infrastructure bureaus throughout this project, because we were saying the size of the box is not increasing. And we said when we're increasing density, they're like, oh, assuming it's going to get bigger. That wasn't our proposal, and that's where we left it with the bureaus. But now, since the PSC's proposal, it is that the structure is going to get larger with the number of units.
That's still smaller than what's allowed today.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
considerably smaller.
One element that was raised earlier, there is a part of this that does speak to form a little bit, in that having consider a downsloping lot that has some access to gutters in the street. So the house, the main structure up front, can divert its rain gutters, stormwater into the street system, but anything downhill from that would have trouble getting back up the hill with the stormwater. So that was part of the consideration, I think. And
Yeah, it's very site specific, and in the areas that you see up there that are stormwater constrained, the system is really as you may have read in our letter, it's a complex combination of a bunch of. It's not all pipes and it's not all streams. There's private pipes, there's public pipes, there's culverts and drainage ways, and and we don't have a system plan for the separated stormwater system on the west side at this point, so we can't tell you specifically how much it will cost and what all of the fixes will be. And so what you may have heard is a lot of testimony from concerned folks out here because they have drainage problems now. And yes, if they came in to build a single family house, they would have potentially stormwater issues. The main concern that we have is that increasing the opportunity would potentially accelerate development, and then it would just accelerate the issues ahead of when we are able to proactively work to provide a better system.
So if it's okay, I'd like to kind of force a vote on this one if we think unless there's really a clarifying question we need.
So just when you overlay streets on this, does that clarify or make it more confusing, the stormwater issue with unimproved streets?
It exacerbates the stormwater challenges. If the ADU development would trigger frontage improvements, which I don't think it always will, then that becomes another amount of runoff that does need to be managed and can cause problems for adjacent properties.
Now,
and
just,
streams. And
so you think I can take a vote?
well, I just wanted to interject. How we used this layer in our mapping methodology was, there's several of these that are one strike, you're out. If you're a sewer constraint, you're out of the overlay. For stormwater, is a little bit different. We used that in conjunction with landslide history and steep slopes, and where the triumvirate of those three conditions came together, that's where we said that area is probably not well suited for development in general. Let's pull those areas out of the overlay. But stormwater was not by in and of itself the condition that removed properties out of the overlay.
So if what you're saying, Morgan, do you have more areas in purple here than you would have if you put the three together?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
So I'm going to start this vote. And the first way it would be, do you support staff's proposal for how to use stormwater, which would be taking this map, but then adding back in or reducing the amount of areas? So there'd be less area because you would have to have the landslide issue and what was the other one?
Steeply sloping
And the
lots.
steeply sloping lots. So we'd have to, where the other map that we just voted on overlies this, those are the stormwater constraint areas that get removed versus the second vote will be this map, which is more area.
Correct.
Does that make sense for everybody? Right, but you only subtract the stormwater where it overlies with the steep slopes and landslides.
Sorry,
I'm correcting didn't we already vote earlier to subtract out steep slopes and landslide?
Yeah, but this map that you're looking at shows more area that's being subtracted for stormwater than staff had proposed.
You're correct. We should have brought it up during steep slopes and landslide headers. I'm pretty sure almost all of those are R10, R20, and RF anyway, so I think it might be a moot point. Let's see how this vote turns out, and then we can wrap around to that one again. Does that make sense?
Before we vote, I was quite surprised that BES was so sanguine about the potential impact. So from what I read your letter, you're saying you can deal with it no matter what. That's what it said, as I recall.
in the letter,
We can live with it.
We support the city's goals
Yeah.
for housing opportunities and increased densities.
Yeah.
We do not have an adequate system in place in all parts of the city to accommodate even the current or new comprehensive
Okay.
plan zoning.
That sounds more reasonable.
However, we can't even support the current zoning.
Right.
And so now we're talking about some
Adding.
additional densities in the residential, single family residential zones. And so it's hard to balance those two, right? I mean, it's a problem no matter what.
And what's important for me in this area is that, sorry, but I've got to get this out, is that we just spent $1.44 billion on the big pipe predicated on infiltration and using green approaches. And we're talking about areas that infiltration is probably not reliable. And we're probably going to be putting more stormwater into the pipes, into that pipe system, right?
That's one option, or more into streams and drainage ways.
All right. Thank you.
So can I just want to make a point of clarity on staff's proposal versus this, because I think it's important, and maybe Morgan, you can help us with the thing. If I'm understanding, so for instance, this area, you currently, on the map we've got on here, are pulling, we would pull out if we voted for this map, but yet you did not because it didn't have an overlay with steep slopes.
Correct. Yes.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
The factor, it's not a one striking you out. So the point I'd like to make, I absolutely respect what Mike said and agree with it. But if the result is we effectively give all of Southwest a pass on RIP, I'm not good with that. So how much of Southwest is left if we basically allow your combined constraints for stormwater, landslide, and slopes?
Show them our map. Can you flip to our map?
Which one?
Our proposal.
No.
Well, you haven't even got
So
the
let's look,
streets.
compare that to our proposal, which is a lot of it is in. I think the transit constraint is the biggest constraint in this area.
Oh, you're looking
at all right.
Yeah, it was actually transit, the street connectivity, and then all the other hazard constraints.
The other, and if I understand the stormwater situation, and again, just pick on Southwest, is if we move ahead and say we're willing to increase density in these stormwater areas, we're creating a future liability for ratepayers above what is existing today. A higher liability
I
at
would
some
say
point.
we're accelerating the risk.
The
There's risk there now, and it would be accelerating the risk, and we're already behind in terms of our planning to catch up to that risk. So yeah, we're
And risk is
accelerating the
money.
risk and money. Correct.
Can I just remind, we're not changing the percentage of coverage in this proposal. Just to be clear, if we're saying whether you're in or out, you can cover 50% of a lot, whether the alternative options are available or not. I don't see why that has an impact on stormwater systems.
Okay, so if you're okay, I'm going to try to take a vote just so we can move on. So the first vote is going to be on staff's proposal, which has more area included than we see on this map. The second vote will be on this map.
No,
so
less area included.
Less purple.
Less purple.
Less subtraction.
Less subtraction.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so first vote is staff's proposal. Do you support that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't know.
Subtraction.
So Commissioner Bortolazzo says, yes, subtract these areas with the option of adding these areas as issues get addressed in the future. So as Elizabeth completes her work, then we can add these areas back in.
Right.
So I think for now he means yes.
So that'd be a
Unless we have a big
6.
capital improvement plan to resolve stormwater issues.
Okay. The next vote is accept the stormwater map, accept stormwater as a thing that we pull out based on this map.
One strike
It's
you're
a
out.
yeah, it's a one striker out versus you've got to have a multi-layer effect to be able to pull it out.
I can't believe I'm not voting for this, but I'm not. Chris is
So
full.
there's 2.
What you?
Okay.
Don't tell me you're an environmentalist.
Okay.
I never said that.
Oh. So the next layer, this is, where are we? Subtraction and number 3 also. So this is another infrastructure layer, and these are, thank you, ladies, streets not maintained by the city. These means these are either paper streets, or they're gravel streets, or they're private streets, or they're state highways. They're just not maintained by the city. And I think this is not, we did not remove it from our map, correct? We
We
codified,
codified it because this
We-
condition can change at any time.
Right, so it can change pretty quickly. So in the zoning code, it says if you're on one of these streets, or if a street's not maintained by the city, then you can't do these extra units.
But okay, so
So
if,
we
if
did-
it's at some point they get improved, then now you're back in.
Right, and it's
Got
a
it.
case-by-case basis as it goes along. So it didn't affect our map. It's codified instead.
Okay, Michelle.
So why don't you allow it on a private, maintained, improved street?
There's a challenge in trying to define what that is exactly. We actually were somewhat challenged to define. We wanted to go with unimproved streets, and after a lot of talk with our infrastructure bureaus landed on streets that were not accepted by the city for maintenance was the official term. When we talk about private streets, there's just their only classification is private. We don't they're not inventoried as improved or unimproved, gravel, not gravel. So that's one element, and like just trying to tease apart which are adequately improved private versus just a dirt road. The second part is they're subject to shared maintenance by all the property owners. So that could either be by a handshake agreement or a formal agreement or some legal contract or something. This sort of creates the potential conflict between neighbors of trying to, hey, I'm entitled to build a duplex on my lot, so let me do that. And they're saying, well, we're all paying equal shares for the maintenance of the street. Now, how do we factor in your duplex? So it just creates a lot more stuff for people to be thinking about.
Andre?
So the infrastructure, these are not maintained streets, so I presume they don't have sidewalks?
In most cases, that's probably true. Sorry, Eric Hessa, Bureau of Transportation.
Okay. So connectivity under the TSP is not considered sufficient for transit with the lack of maintained streets, correct?
Those would generally not probably be transit routes directly, yes.
Yeah. So I'm why would we not remove them? Because transit and we
are removing them, are we not?
Well, we did not.
Staff's proposal is to remove them, but not to remove them on the map by erasing the map.
I understand. The difference is
we just
whether
codified it.
we remove them on the map versus codified remove them, or what they're already done.
Right. I
Correct.
think either way, I think the methodology, is just a lot easier for us to codify the standard than to remove it on the map. I think what direction we need from the commission is, do you want to consider this a constraint, whether it's on the map or codified? It doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
But isn't transit a constraint also?
It's a different constraint, number 6.
Number 6.
Yes.
And
It's farther from frequent transit.
but it isn't connectivity to transit a constraint? I mean, lack of sidewalks?
We evaluated walk sheds in certain circumstances, like how you can get from point A to point B when this is your transit. Sometimes that means going out of route to get there because these streets are unimproved or they're not there. So it factored in a little bit to our transit constraint, but the sheer presence of a unimproved street doesn't really relate to transit directly.
I'm confused because during the TSP, we had TriMet tell us without sidewalks, they couldn't bring transit. So we got the enhanced transit project that we just said. So now you're saying that's not true. I'm really confused because
Well, there are transit streets that have buses running on them, and
but
they
the
generally-
connectivity to those
it's certainly important.
routes
Yes.
are TriMet wanted sidewalks, and they're putting sidewalks through the TSP, and we had extensive discussions about that. So now why doesn't that rule apply to the Southwest? Or I'm not even the Southwest, Brentwood Darlington area.
So just to try to maybe get some clarity here, Andre, are you trying to say you feel that areas that don't have sidewalks, that should be a constraint?
It's a constraint, yeah. Because
Okay.
TriMet's not going to put transit in areas where there are no sidewalks.
So can we vote on that as take that as a separate vote and
Yes,
kind of get
that
through
would-
these maps because we don't have that quite yet. Let's put it on the list
And
make
that would
sure
be a
that
different map.
Right.
Also depend on whether we use transit as a criteria here. That's a vote coming up, right?
Right.
And if I might too, but I think it's true that TriMet would like to see better connectivity. At the same time, there are plenty of buses operating today within quarter mile where there is not perfect connectivity there. Part of it is to get, I think, that virtuous cycle going. And part of what staff commented, staff too, I don't know that there was a letter provided. This was prior to my time. I've been here about 3 months in this role. role, so I apologize. But partially it is to see if we can, through additional development in these areas, create enough activity in these centers that then transit becomes more viable, and you might start to build those, especially as you might have a more possibility of local improvement districts or other frontage improvements, which is how we see a lot of this getting built. So I think that is both true, and we could see this generating additional connectivity improvements and then transit improvements as well.
Chicken or the egg?
In some ways,
Okay.
yes.
So let's take. Do we feel that streets not maintained by the city should remain a constraint?
Clarifying question I'd like to have answered first. So you said state highways. Does that mean this doesn't apply to anybody on 82nd Avenue?
Actually, this probably isn't a fair question for Eric, but there are portions of state highways that the city has accepted for maintenance. I'm looking at 82nd, and it's not highlighted in purple. So interesting. I think that is one of ours.
That doesn't sound right to me.
Sandy, Barber.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and
Chris, I suspect it's the presence of single LEDs.
You're not there.
Single family zoning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is there any single dwelling zoning on state highways?
Let's see, Lombard is the one area.
I mean, it looks like you got McAdam highlighted as a street not maintained by the city.
Yeah, that's a
following
good
that
catch, Joe.
correctly?
It's just the areas where it's single dwelling zone, so
I have a little
doesn't
bit
capture a lot of them.
I have a little bit different logic here that I'm also going to apply to the transit, and also say that in general I prefer all these be codified rather than mapped because things change over time. Steep slopes might not, but a lot of man-controlled factors will, and I'd rather those were codified than mapped.
Earthquake, take care of that.
In my mind, there's a divide between whether the burden of what I'll call unwise development falls on the city and the general public, or if it falls on the people who might be silly enough to develop there. And this is a case with the private streets or not maintained streets that I think it falls mostly on the people who would develop or live there, and I'm willing to let the market sort that out. So, I'm not going to vote for this constraint.
Say one thing.
Sure.
Okay, Chris, but what about parking on that street? It's a little tiny gravel street, and if there's no parking on the property, people will actually block the street with their stupid cars they have to have because they don't have any transit.
Eli?
I'm going to agree with Chris's logic on this one, and I'll say particularly I think private streets should be eligible because there's deep lots in parts of the city where the only way they get subdivided is to create 2 lots facing the public street, and all the other lots in the whole subdivision face a private street. All those lots would be ineligible for alternative housing options if the private streets are excluded. So I'm going to support just not including this option at all as a subtraction. But if it comes back, I'd like to put an amendment to say that private streets would be eligible.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Yep. So, if you support staff's proposal for removing streets not maintained by the city, raise your green card.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So this would put them remove the area, correct?
It's a subtraction.
It's a subtraction.
Yeah.
You're voting for the subtraction. So you're saying if the street's not improved, therefore that the lots up against that street do not get to have the overlay.
Right.
Or the altered option. Okay.
What was the count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, next map.
So what does that mean? Does that not pass?
Means it's a kind of a tie.
Well,
So
then I guess I want to propose an alternate option.
Okay.
To say that if we're going to withdraw some lots, that we still allow development on the lots facing private streets.
That are improved?
Yes.
Do you have a way of figuring that out?
I mean, the code has shared courts in it. It's got common greens in it. It's got private. If you ever create a subdivision, you have to provide a street and.
Yeah, it's not the new subdivisions we're concerned about because we have records of those. It's the old ones that we've inherited from East County. We'll look into it and talk to.
And Eli, would you accept a friendly amendment to include state highways in that as well?
Sure.
So don't exclude improved private streets or state highways.
Right.
It would just seem to me we could, in terms of that, seek out codification language which then could be verified on site, as opposed to trying to figure out the mapping layers, which becomes part of the
So
data
we would
challenge.
still
right?
exclude, we would exclude
Gravel
as a-
streets.
Actually, what it says is streets that have been not been accepted for maintenance by the city of Portland. Those would be off limits to the A overlay. That's what the code says right now.
Correct.
It says
Right.
yeah,
but I
at
think-
least one lot line on the street that has been accepted for maintenance by the city of Portland is right now an eligibility criteria to use the A overlay.
Right. And what?
So we keep that, except to say that you can do the A overlay if it's a private street or it's a state highway.
Right.
I think we'd have to go back to the drawing board and just parse it out. I think if you give us direction, we can figure out how to word it.
And do we have, okay, so does it make sense what you're voting for there? Okay. And actually, I voted for the other one, but I'll vote for this too. I'd withdraw my vote on the other one to vote for this. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there you go.
Good.
There we go.
That's good.
So we're at 9 o'clock. I apologize for letting us get out of hand on the first item. We're going to need to continue the work session. I was hoping to get through the maps, but I don't really even see that happening. Yeah, we've got too many maps to still get through. So
If we could get, is there any maps that we need Aaron and Elizabeth for? Or Eric?
Well, Johnson Creek factors into the floodplain, sort of steep slopes, natural resource issues.
Could we just do subtraction 5 Johnson Creek and Northwest Hills Plan District? Just those two, so we don't have to have our colleagues return for the next one.
I have a majority of the commission that will stay past 9 to do 2 more maps.
2 more?
2 more.
Only if our fellow commissioners are
And
very non-wordy.
We can be
8 words
precise
apiece.
and concise.
Okay, and sorry, Eric, because I think transit's going to be a bigger conversation that we can't do quickly. So he'll have to come back. Okay, so subtraction number 5, just the 2. So we subtracted, are you here on the map? Is that, yeah, okay. So there's there's other zoning plans and plan districts that took into account a variety of issues. In Johnson Creek, of course, we are very concerned about flood hazards and the natural resources in that area, and we have programs within the city to buy property within the flood zone, etc. Also, as part of that package, we allowed for transfer of density rights. So people can transfer density when you're in the floodplain or in other areas out to other areas where it's more safe to build. So therefore, we took it out of the overlay because they have that ability to do the transfer. So that's Johnson Creek, Northwest Hills.
Can you explain the difference between the floodplain and the district? Because obviously the district's a lot bigger.
Yeah. So actually, I've got a good map that shows that.
Can I have a point of information? Who's proposed these amendments? Is this proposed by staff or by a commissioner? These
These are
subtractions.
not amendments. These are what was embedded in staff's proposal. And so all of these are, no one proposed this as a subtraction, as an amendment. We were started with, you said everywhere, do you really mean R10, R20, RF? Do you really mean Johnson Creek? And I want you to understand what our thinking was behind Johnson Creek. Does that make sense? And all 4 of these areas.
So Chris, this map shows the Johnson Creek boundary, which includes this little appendage over here. There's some small minor areas of 100-year flood in here, little spot here, areas kind of throughout this area. What's also not shown on here, I don't know, steep slopes. So this again picks up a lot of the areas in RF, R10, R20.
So is the district like the 25-year floodplain, or what's the rationale for the district boundaries?
I haven't read that plan in years. Do you know? I mean, and the transfer development rights occurs within the district, right?
Yeah, I don't know how the definition of this defined boundary came about, other than it includes, in addition to the 100-year floodplain, some areas of the floodway, et cetera. If I were to venture a guess, it would be an area that was expansive enough to capture this sort of transfer program. So
Maybe we can't make this decision.
Yeah, I'd like to
today.
be educated before I vote
Yes.
on this.
Okay, let's skip this one and move on to Northwest Hills. I haven't read that plan in years also.
Similar issues, bad soils, steep slopes.
So do you see where the Northwest Hills is? It's basically Forest Park in that whole area. So there's hardly any single family residential zones. We're looking at Linton and a couple of pockets along Highway 30, right?
Yep.
Yep.
In these areas.
So we may have captured them. Are they all zoned? No, Linton has R5 in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's still some R5,
Just on the edges of the district, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a big problem with this one.
Yeah, this might be a moot point because of steeply sloping lots too and sewer.
We're not talking about it tonight.
Well, it's on this particular one. So vote on if you're okay subtracting the Northwest Hills Plan District.
And I'm just to clarify, does that include Linton?
Yes.
And what's the problem in Linton?
Steeply sloping lots, a lot of underlying lot lines that can be confirmed. Just obviously steeply sloping. I don't know about the landslide hazard.
On which side of Highway
areas.
30? Are you talking about on the?
It's on the.
On the west
It's
side.
like on the west side.
On the west side, uphill.
Uphill.
Mhm.
This. Okay. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Those are the only two
Okay.
for today.
Okay. Great. Sorry.
Continue to July 10th.
We will, yes.
I think we will regroup on what we're planning on working on July 10th. I think probably we'll continue working through this. And we might have a little more, some time for some other issues on the 10th.
Wow. Leaving our voting cards here?
Yeah,
Staff
yes.
to manage.
This actually is
Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
in the card.